All right, Ms. Barboa, are we? Okay. Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for coming for our board meeting Tuesday, April 9th, 2024, Tucson Unified School District Governing Board. May I get a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Romero?
Here.
Dr. Rabi?
Here.
Ms. Shaw?
Here.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Here.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Here. All right. Thank you very much. A full board this evening. I just want to do a few notes of reference. I wanted to say Eid al-Fitr, the last day of Ramadan. So to our families who celebrate, I hope the Ramadan was another good season for you. I hope everybody enjoyed the eclipse yesterday. I did see some of ours on our social media across the district about a lot of the schools got lots of parent or student participation, so that was a really exciting day. Thank you for that. And just a point of note to our to former TUSD governing board member, Congressman Raul Grijalva, and our former colleague, his daughter, Supervisor Adelita Grijalva. As you may or may not know, he was diagnosed with cancer last week and is going through a really tough time. So just wanted to extend our well wishes to him and Adelita and the rest of the Grijalva family on behalf of the governing board. Okay, thank you. Now we will go to the land acknowledgement statement. Are they on Zoom? Okay. Faith Garcia. Faith, are you here? Okay. Faith is a senior at Rincon High School. She is a member of the Tohono O'odham tribal community, the president of RISE, Rincon Indigenous Student Empowerment, vice president of our College and Career Club at Rincon, secretary of the National Honor Society, and AmeriCorps peer coach with the Metropolitan Education Commission. She accomplishes all of this while participating in cheer, soccer, and track at Rincon. Faith is also currently salutatorian within striking distance of being the valedictorian. Congratulations to Faith, who just received a full ride to Columbia University in New York City. So Faith, go ahead and you may read when.
On behalf of the Governing Board of the Tucson Unified School District, I, Faith Garcia, acknowledge that the schools, buildings, and facilities of the Tucson Unified School District reside on the ancestral homeland of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the federally recognized tribal land of the Pasco Yaqui tribe. Thank you.
Thank you. And congratulations, Faith. Go Rangers. We do not have a student, unfortunately, this evening to do the Pledge of Allegiance, so I will lead the pledge, and I ask all of you to rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. All right, we are off to agenda adjustments. Dr. Trujillo.
President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, I have 3 agenda adjustments. We're welcoming some external presenters from the community, so we'd like to move a couple of items up. First, I'd like to request that we move item 6.3 to immediately follow the call to the audience. Then I would like to ask that we move item 7.3 to immediately follow item 6.3. And then I would like to request that we move item 7.1 to immediately follow item 7.3.
All right. Governing board members, any hesitation? Okay. All right. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. And now I will throw it back to you for our superintendent's report.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the Tucson Unified Community, those of us watching out there online, this is, of course, our favorite part of meetings where we get to celebrate all of the wonderful things going on in the district. Let's start with Mr. Jose Noperi, 6th grade teacher, math teacher, and girls soccer coach at Valencia Middle School. He was just awarded the Marth Teacher of Excellence Award by the Tucson Values Teachers nonprofit. Their job is to support and elevate the profession of teaching throughout Pima County, and for the month of March, nobody was better than Mr. Noperi. He has been at Valencia for 12 years. His colleagues had this to say about him: his ability to bond with children helps him emphasize the importance of accountability, good work ethic, and critical thinking skills. Not only is he an incredible math teacher, he's made tremendous strides towards improving his soccer players' self-confidence, resiliency, and team-building skills on and off the pitch. It is his time to shine. Congratulations, pride of Jaguar Nation out there at Valencia Middle School. Let's give a round of applause for Mr. Noperi. I had the wonderful opportunity to attend the Teacher Development Academy end-of-year portfolio presentations for our first-year cohort of soon-to-be newly certified teachers. I want to thank Governing Board President Natalie Luna Rose was also on hand that evening. The Teacher Development Academy was started to provide an additional pathway for our employees and those in the community who are seeking a faster track to become a certified teacher. It allows participants to complete their teacher education hours and requirements in-house with us, with our teachers, our expertise, instead of having to pay out of pocket at a Pima Community College or any of the universities. So for the first year, we have 20 that are enrolled in the certification program. This is the end of year 1. The cohort is filled with parents and classified staff members and substitutes looking to make the leap into fully certified teacher status. It's a wonderful testament to the commitment that these amazing educators have to the district. We were able to enjoy their presentations out at Howenstein in late March, and we celebrated their achievements. We were able to watch their growth as they presented the portfolios that were focused on their major achievements in their first year in the program. Every participant is placed in a classroom under the supervision of a new teacher mentor and, of course, the master teacher that is facilitating cohort programming. So they get the opportunity to do the on-the-job training with the mentorship inside of the classroom and outside of it. So I want to congratulate all of our first-year participants. We look forward to the second year. And the good news is at the end of the second year, all 20 will become fully certified teachers and have committed to filling teaching vacancies in the Tucson Unified School District. So wonderful example of a grow your own program. I really enjoyed my visit out at CE Rose, one of the most outstanding K-8 campuses that we have in the district. Had an opportunity to receive a tour by longtime principal, outstanding leader, Mrs. Carmona Alday, showcasing the wonderful work that her staff is doing. I happened to be there when they were doing a 5th grade awards assembly, and I got to see firsthand the excellence of the students and their commitment to academics. Also had an opportunity to recognize a wonderful student by the name of Max Aleman for his exceptional leadership, his participation in student government, serving as the student council president for CE Rose, also being a part of National Junior Honor Society, and being one of the students that's actually taking freshman algebra over at Pueblo High School as an 8th grader there at CE Rose. Max did share with me it's destination Tucson High, so he will be a Badger next year. We're certainly looking forward to seeing him on campus. And it was also an opportunity to say thank you to one of our most outstanding counselors, Cece Alday. This beloved school counselor has been at CE Rose for over 17 years and has been serving the district for almost 30. After a tremendous career impacting students and families and bringing community into the school and into the district, she's calling it a year and she's calling it a career. After 30 years of service, she is going to be retiring at the end of the school year. So I had an opportunity to pay her a visit and award her the Superintendent's Award for Excellence and wish her all the best as she begins this new chapter in her career. There were many tears there for Miss Alday, as well as her colleagues joining me there for that recognition. So I certainly want to thank the CE Rose community for a wonderful visit and for really sharing their day with me there. The superintendent's concert took place Wednesday, April 3rd, over at Catalina High School. I want to thank Dr. Shaw for bringing his family out. And I know it's the superintendent's concert, but it's the performer's concert. It was an amazing celebration of music and arts, and seeing the gathering of so many of our talented staff members performing alongside so many of our talented students really was heartwarming and inspiring. And I want to thank all of the student performers and all of our tremendously talented music, orchestra, and band teachers that got on stage and showed us their talents, not only teaching our kids in the classroom, but actually performing a number of amazing songs at the concert. So it is a testament to this district's commitment to the fine visual and performance arts. And I certainly want to thank all of our wonderful music, orchestra, and band teachers for coming on out. Let's talk about Saguaro. A special thank you goes out to the class of 1973, the Cougars class of 1973. Following their 50th class reunion, they presented Saguaro High School with a generous donation of just over $4,000. This contribution will be utilized by the Saguaro Cougar Foundation to provide scholarship funds, empowering future Cougars in their pursuit of education. So I certainly want to thank the class of 73, who, by the way, make it a point to gather every single year, which I thought was really, really cool. So they're dedicated to Saguaro. They love Saguaro. They live for the red, white, and blue of Cougar Country, and just a wonderful group of people supporting our future college-going Cougars. And I know this isn't often said, and let me be the first to say it. It is actually Be Kind to the Lawyers Day. And it is certainly on the menu for staff recognition. We have two exceptional attorneys that serve in the General Counsel's office. Of course, our General Counsel, Mr. Robert Ross, our Associate General Counsel, Mr. Michael Aronoff. Yeah, it's a round of applause. I will say that when they do interface with the public and with the community, they are wonderfully accessible. They do everything they can to make sure that the community understands very complex at times legal topics, and always very, very graceful and compassionate when they're working with our families and when they're working sometimes with other attorneys that are representing families and community members. So I do want to take the time to thank them for their wonderful work. This holiday was created in 2008 by public speaking coach Steve Hughes. Mr. Hughes believed that lawyers deserve our love, admiration, and respect at least one day out of 365, and chose to celebrate the holiday on the second Tuesday of April because it falls between April Fool's Day and Tax Day. It's a good placement there. Be Kind to Lawyers Day attempts to raise awareness about the constructive and important role that lawyers play in ensuring that society functions smoothly. So send a thank you note to the lawyer in your life. On a sad note, we sadly share some sad news with the community. When we lose TUSD community members, we grieve collectively as one family. Chance Abram Aguirre left us all too soon on March 11th, 2024. Chance attended Myers-Ganong from preschool through 5th grade. And although his life was filled with significant challenges, he was a fighter who defied the odds and surpassed the expectations of his doctors. His determination and desire to learn and experience things and thrive in life were evident every single day. Chance had a great smile and shared his kind, gentle, and loving personality with everybody that he met. Some of you may remember when Chance led the pledge to open the February 28th, 2023 governing board meeting using a switch to activate a communication device. This was a highlight for Chance and for everyone who uses alternative methods of communication. It was a high point of my teaching career, said his teacher, Joan Sycama. Chance was a very special young man and expressed how much of an honor it was to be a part of his educational journey. So I'd like to take a moment and extend all of our best wishes, our condolences, our hearts, and our sadness to Chance and his family. Our next sad news is for a longtime TUSD educator. Chris Suarez Vizcaya spent 30 years as an educator, most of those teacher years teaching in the Tucson Unified School District at Wheeler and Marshall, Erickson, and Whitmore, most recently. She taught an exceptional education with a heart for students with disabilities. She taught primary grades, and then towards the end of her teaching career discovered a love of working with second language learners and teaching SEL classes. Chris was a dedicated teacher who poured so much of herself into her students, doing everything with pride and love. She loved her students, and her students loved her. Chris was kind, giving, healthy, active, social, and so well loved. If not with her family, she spent her time caring for her turtles or among her friend groups for teaching, bicycling, knitting, or traveling, always enriching the lives of those around her with joy and love. She was a beautiful soul inside and out, will be missed fiercely, and undoubtedly throughout her career has touched the lives of hundreds of students. Chris Suarez Vizcaya, gone all too soon. I would like to now invite everybody to share a moment of silence in memory of both Chance and Chris. Thank you. President Luna Rose, members of the governing board, that concludes the superintendent's report.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo. And our hearts go out to the families. I would also, before we go to call to the audience, I would like to announce that we do have an interpreter sitting in front. So if you need interpretation services, please go see her. And now I'll turn it to Clerk Ekstrom.
Thank you. Public participation at board meetings. Members of the public may speak during call to the audience. The governing board clerk shall be responsible for recognizing speakers and for maintaining order where it may be appropriate. Those who speak in person or want to have their comments read shall email or call the board office or complete a request to address the board form before the meeting. Speakers who have not completed a request form are not permitted to address the board. The speaker must state their full name and topic prior to addressing the board. Speakers are encouraged to be brief with a maximum time of 3 minutes. While more than one speaker may speak together in time allowed, speakers are reminded that they are not allowed to speak more than once, and they may not transfer or delegate their time to others. If there are documents for the board, please give them to the board office staff, and they will ensure each board member receives a copy. Those attending the meeting and/or speaking before the board shall observe rules of good conduct. Speakers shall also refrain from inappropriate and slanderous remarks. And because TUSD serves students from preschool through high school, speakers should be aware there may be children present and listening. At the end of the call to the audience, the governing board president will ask if any board member wishes to respond to a criticism, wish to ask staff to review a matter, or wish to ask that a matter be put on a future agenda. No more than 2 members may address each topic. Contents of this card are public information. And I would just like to remind speakers that there are children in the audience tonight, so please be aware of language and inappropriate remarks. Thank you. So our first speaker is Carmen Smith Estrada.
Hi, my name is Carmen Smith Estrada. I'm reading on behalf of Maria Torres. My name is Maria Torres, and I'm a 3rd grade teacher at Davis Bilingual Elementary School. I'm here to demand our humanitarian right to receive 12 weeks of paid parental leave. The lack of a parental leave policy in our district has impacted me, like many other employees, greatly in various ways. I have a 7-month-old baby who is the best gift life could have given me. I want to share a bit of my story with you so you can understand why I am here demanding paid parental leave. In 2022, my husband and I went through the devastating experience of losing our baby at 16 weeks of gestation. After that, we were blessed with a new pregnancy, but due to our medical history, my pregnancy was classified as high risk. From 6 weeks of gestation, I had to attend medical checkups every 2 or 3 weeks. By the 8th month, on medical orders, I couldn't continue working, which meant I had to start my leave a month before my son's birth. This meant that after my son was born, I could only stay at home for 2 months before having to return to work. Because we don't have a paid parental leave policy, I had no choice but to go back to work. Without my income, it was difficult to sustain ourselves solely on my partner's income. Additionally, the fact that maternity leave is unpaid meant that I was one of many people affected by not receiving the retention stipend. Our district needs to offer paid parental leave. It is a necessity for many. Like many others, I have been affected by the situation. Let's make a change.
Thank you. Next is Diana Teran Lopez.
Buenas tardes. My name is Diana Renee Teran Lopez, and I am a 3rd grade dual language teacher at Davis Bilingual Magnet School. I am here to demand our human right to receive 12 paid weeks of parental leave. Now that it hasn't only impacted me and my colleagues, but also those before us and future educators. However, I want to share my experience as a new teacher and an aspiring mother within the lack of parental leave policy in our district. I am one of the many new teachers in our district that are recently beginning their careers and families. Thus, I just became a new homeowner with my husband a year ago. We were very excited to start planning a pregnancy this year since we already have our own home. Yet, when a few of my colleagues experienced the consequences of not having a parental leave policy in our district, we deferred from our dream. Since buying a home and supplying it within today's high market is already challenging, having a baby would economically not be possible for us. If I had access to a parental leave policy that provided me with the basic need of financial security to begin a family, I wouldn't have to currently wait 2 years as we plan to save up to be able to have a baby. It should be noted that this is a sad reality for many of us new teachers. Hence, we demand a parental leave policy in our district that supports our holistic well-being before, during, and after pregnancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rosa Calderon.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Calderon. I had an unplanned pregnancy and gave birth in June 2023. Because I knew that there was no paid maternity leave, I had to work summer school until the very last day in order to save money. I am a teacher at Davis Bilingual Elementary School. I want to share a little bit about my story and why we need a paid parental leave policy. Thus, because the district used all of my sick and personal time to be able to have payment, I was left with 0 hours returning to school. This means that if I miss a single day, I will be unpaid. Which brings me to the retention and TWDL stipend that was given in December. I was told that if I were to miss a single day before a time period, I would not get the stipends. The reason being is because I would be on unpaid status. This meant going to work even though I was sick. Hence, I needed the stipend financially, especially coming from an unpaid status. I was putting sorry. This meant going to work without, hence I needed the stipend financially, especially coming from an unpaid status. I was putting not only myself at risk, but also the students and staff. I recently had surgery in March and had to miss work. Consequently, I had no sick time and was only able to miss a couple of days, leading to a return before I was fully recovered because I cannot afford another extra day without being paid, especially now that I have more of financial responsibility. To sum this up, it saddens me that in a career that is mostly women-based, there is no parental leave paid that supports staff, especially in the largest district in the city. I am astonished and thankful for my husband's job, which is in a warehouse that provided him with a paid parental leave, which supported us financially within our challenge from not having that same opportunity. Therefore, we are respectfully demanding our right to have 12 weeks paid parental leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Soka Wise.
All right, my name is Soka Wise, and I am a teacher at Pueblo Magnet High School. I'm here to demand the right for paid parental leave. The cost of having and raising a child is expensive. You have diapers, food, formula, clothing, personal hygiene items, medicine for when they don't feel well. Paid parental leave provides the money we need to take care of our children. It was very difficult for me last school year when I had my baby girl and had no paid parental leave. In December of 2022, while I was pregnant with her, I was admitted to the hospital due to preterm labor symptoms at 29 weeks. At 31 weeks, my water broke. I was in the hospital until I gave birth to my baby girl, who was born at 33 weeks. During the time I was in the hospital trying to keep my baby in, I received an email that employees who take their leave early and did not have sick hours would not receive holiday pay. On top of that, I will not get the stipend or the $1,000 raise. I have 2 boys, 3 and 5 at the time. I always used up my sick hours because kids get sick a lot. I was non-active paying status, not by choice. Having one income for a family of 5 is not enough. We barely had money for food, gas, necessary items like diapers, bottles, clothes. My baby was in the NICU for 1 month. And during that time, I was worried about having enough money for gas to go see her every day. I had to take my son out of preschool because I didn't have the money for it. And I had to find somebody to watch him so I can go see my daughter in the hospital. We barely had money to get her a car seat, and we're fortunate that families and friends and coworkers help provide the food, diapers, and preemie clothing. because I didn't have the money for that, let alone the medical bills. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Becky Graysick.
Is it okay if I read a statement from a colleague and then my statement?
Yes, in the 3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So this is from my colleague, Michelle Fierro. She says, I am writing to express my experience with postpartum and the challenges I faced due to the lack of paid parental leave in the district. As a new parent, I found myself in a difficult position of having to return to work soon after giving birth, emergency cesarean, without the necessary support and time to recover and bond with my child. The absence of paid parental leave in TUSD forced me to choose between taking care of my newborn and maintaining financial stability. This decision ultimately led to a strain in my relationship with my partner, as we both had to prioritize work over our family's well-being, ultimately separating. The financial burden and stress of having to work through postpartum without adequate time off took a toll on my mental and emotional health. Because of this, I made the decision to step away from having children in the future. I urge the TUSD board to consider the importance of paid parental leave for the well-being of employees and their families. Providing paid parental leave can help prevent situations like mine, where the lack of support led to a separation between me and my partner and a struggle with finances and so on. I hope that my experience sheds light on the critical need for paid parental leave in TUSD and encourages the board to take action to support working parents in our district. Sincerely, Michelle Fierro. And this is mine. My name is Becky Grasick. I'm an algebra teacher at Catalina High School, and I have 2 kids. One is 9, and the other one is 6. They both attended a TUSD preschool, and they now attend a TUSD elementary school as a third grader and a kinder. When I gave birth to my 3rd grader, I had been teaching for 6 years. At that time, I was able to quit my teaching job. I stayed out until he was 5, and my younger daughter was old enough to attend TUSD preschool. It was extremely beneficial to my family and my kids to have a parent at home when they were babies and they were very young, especially in the first years of their lives. I was able to make this choice because I was student debt-free. My parents were able to save and pay for most of my college, and my household income was sufficient to cover household costs without me working outside the home. I'm here to show my support for all teachers and staff in TUSD to have access to 12 weeks of paid parental leave. 12 weeks parental leave is the absolute bare minimum for parents to spend with a newborn or new member of their family. I believe it's important for students to have teachers who come from a variety of backgrounds. In particular, students should have teachers who are reflective of themselves, socioeconomically, racially, culturally, etc. And for most of my students, I'm not that. We need to be able to recruit and retain teachers who are. As a person who is debt-free and had the privilege to take 5 years off of teaching to care for my young children when I chose to start my family, I'm only reflective of a very small percentage of TUSD students' families. TUSD teachers and staff shouldn't be put in the position of returning to work immediately after adding a child to their family. They shouldn't have to choose whether to spend important time with their own children and families or pay the bills. Let's take care of our TUSD family by offering paid parental leave.
Thank you. Next is Clarissa Alvarez Felix.
Good evening, all. Allow me to share with you a few fun facts about the district TUSD. TUSD has 89 schools serving over 47,000 students and approximately 7,400 employees. The district has been around since 1867, which is over 157 years. Over these past years, we have witnessed several historical events that have shaped education in the U.S. My name is Clarissa Alvarez Felix, and I am the curriculum service provider for one of our oldest schools in the TUSD district, Davis Bilingual Magnet. I'm here today to request paid leave for 12 weeks after giving birth or adopting a child. Let me tell you a little bit about what I do to support Davis. Our school is a proud bilingual institution with over 300 students. We serve a diverse community and aim to immerse students in a fully bilingual program. I support teachers with curriculums such as Benchmark, Adelante, Eureka, and FOSS, provided by TUSD. Additionally, I oversee the school testing and state testing such as DIVLS and Arizona Academic Standard Assessments, also known as ASA. Why am I providing you with all this information? Davis cannot function solely with a principal nor a magnet coordinator. We required all of our staff, including teachers, instructional aides, custodians, front office personnel, monitors, as well as a CSP. We are a team that is requesting parental leave to ensure that district continues to operate at its highest potential. I am honored to continue supporting teachers if parental leave is provided. I am not necessarily referring to short-term disability because giving birth or adopting a child is not a disability, but a life-changing event in which you are hopefully welcoming another child into your district. That said, the budget plays a crucial role in evaluating expenses within an organization. I urge you to review the budget and determine if there's room for parental leave. TUSD needs to retain its staff for longer periods than some have currently stayed. And I guarantee you that if parental leave is offered, staff retention will be higher compared to other districts without parental leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Andrew Stalker.
Hi, my name is Andrew Stalker, and I've been a teacher here at TUSD for about 2.5 years. After working for many years at Pima County, where they have a 12-week paid parental leave policy, I was confused and disappointed to learn that TUSD did not have a paid parental leave policy. I didn't learn that, though, until my wife became pregnant last year. In October, we welcomed a beautiful baby girl into the world. What I would find out is that TUSD's policies are quite punitive and out of touch with families. I learned that TUSD employees use up their sick days to be with their newborns, leaving them with little options when they or their family fall ill. I learned that when a dedicated teacher takes a couple of weeks off for their newborn, they are not eligible for the retention stipend. I learned that many teachers have been negatively impacted by the lack of policy. As a district, I know we can do better. As many of you know, the first few months of parenthood are a crucial and stressful time. Studies have shown that lack of paid leave is associated with lower parental and infant health and well-being, with effects on child development that can be seen years later. When new mothers gain access to paid leave, their health outcomes are remarkably improved, with a 51% lower likelihood of being re-hospitalized after giving birth. A recent study found that fathers taking paid leave was associated with better long-term relationship success and significantly lower rates of divorce. As a teacher, I've witnessed in the classroom how the lack of stability in the family impacts a child's learning. We know that working with TUSD's youth is engaging, meaningful, and challenging. I witnessed my colleagues putting in so much heart, soul, and money into the classroom, but I also see really high turnover. Studies have also found that lack of access to paid leave causes employees to leave the workforce at a higher rate. And when they gain access to paid leave, they're more likely to return to the workforce. We must consider well-being when making school district policy. We must consider teacher well-being when making school district policy decisions. Let's work together as we continue advocating for critical resources in this state. Let's recruit and retain great teachers. Let's be a leader in Tucson and Arizona. Let's enact 12 weeks of paid parental leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paula Arnquist.
Hi. I'm not reading for myself. I'm reading for somebody who's about to give birth. TUSD board members and administrators. My name is Brianne Butner, and I'm a history teacher at Tucson High. I graduated from the U of A Teach America Credential Program in the spring of 2016, and then in the fall, took on my first long-term substitute position within TUSD. Even though I wanted to be a full-time teacher, I knew that as I was pregnant with my first child, I needed the flexibility of being able to leave my position as I got closer to my due date in the spring of 2017. New to the district, I was not eligible to take family medical leave and new to parenthood. I knew I would need more time with my child than 12 weeks. I took 1.5 years off and then returned to substitute teaching and eventually another long-term position that led me to my current job at Tucson High. Due to this time off, my official recognized time as a teacher in TUSD is just 4 years. I love my work, my students, and my colleagues here at Tucson High, but as a mother, I recognize that it is time for me to have another child. The thought of navigating the FMLA process was intimidating, but the thought of waiting longer to have another child was even more daunting. So, at the height of my teaching career, I am now wiping out my sick and personal leave and turning my work over to long-term subs in order to do what is best for my family. I do not know what the next few months hold other than a new baby, hard work, and living frugally to make ends meet. But I know that parents deserve to spend as much time with their children as possible and in the first months of life. I know that having the time and option of nursing a child can have lasting positive effects. I know that not being stressed that there won't be any income to sustain the work of raising a newborn can make the choice of staying within TUSD easier for so many educators and their families. I know that I am not alone in my thoughts of trying to find balance between work and home. Providing 12 weeks of paid parental leave for all TUSD staff is the right thing to do for workers, their families, and for the future of the Tucson community. Thank you, Brianne Butner, Tucson Magnet High School.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Zapian.
Hi, I'm here to read a letter from a teacher who's home putting her babies to bed right now. My name is Jenna Evans, and I am a kindergarten teacher at Borton Elementary School. I have been teaching at Borton for the last 8 years. I attended Borton as a child, and it was my dream come true to get my first teaching job here. 2 years ago, I became a parent and welcomed my sweet son into the world. I was lucky to have built up 8 weeks of paid time off due to me rarely taking a personal or sick day. Although it was not enough time, I had the luxury of 8 weeks at home with my baby without the worry of a gap in salary and the ability to return to my work and have my family care for my child as I was back in the classroom. Last spring, I had my second child. This time, I was only home for 6 weeks, 4 of which were paid and 2 unpaid. It was a hard transition to be back so soon. I only had so much paid time off. The district had also issued a one-time stipend of $2,500 paid to teachers who were in the classroom on May 1st. My return was always going to happen. I love my work. I love my kids. I love the families that I spend my time with. I also love being a parent to my own 2 and want the opportunity to have time with them. Teaching is many things, just like being a parent. I want the opportunity not to have to choose between the 2. I ask you to consider granting paid parental leave for TUSD employees. We know the endless benefits of engaged and present families in the lives of our students. Please give the opportunity for us to have that with our own family.
Thank you. And then next is Finley Parsons.
Hi, my name is Finley Parsons. I've been a teacher in the district for 2 years, and I'll be reading on behalf of a colleague, Sandra Toledo Gonzalez. My name is Sandra Toledo Gonzalez, and I've been working in TUSD at Hollinger K-8 for the past 5 years. I got pregnant in the summer of 2022. I knew the district had parental leave, but I had no idea it was unpaid. If I would have known how it worked, I would have only taken hours off for my pregnancy appointments that became very often in my 3rd trimester. I cannot believe I only found out about this situation once I was in need of taking time off. I was so tired, but yet had to wait until the very last minute so my leave would kick in once my baby was born. With personal and sick leave, I was only able to get paid 2 weeks, and I was lucky enough to be due during spring break, which added another week. Some coworkers were willing to donate time off, but I was informed that I cannot possibly be in my situation because I needed to qualify for that first. If I didn't get short-term disability that has been taken out of my paycheck, I would have lost a lot of money that was so needed for the beginning of my growing family. As a teacher coming from Mexico, I found it very difficult to believe that in a field full of women, we are not given full paid leave, and when we dedicate our hard work to the children we serve, but cannot do the same for our own families. Teachers in Mexican public schools are given the right to have 12 weeks of paid leave. Why having so many more resources, schools here can't do the same? It is sad to see that more people are leaving the profession because we are forced to choose between our families and students due to the lack of support for parental leave. Paid parental leave is needed to support us financially and to bond with our children. We deserve that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Paula White-Gross.
Good evening. I just have a statement. It's hard to keep up with all the versions of money swapping plans that the CFO and superintendent have proposed since January to move desegregation dollars. They each have been wrong. We have seen a plan to do away with equity, diversity, inclusiveness department as if TUSD is under the authority of the Florida governor. What are we thinking? Then we saw a proposal to take desegregation dollars out of about 13 departments to fund resource teachers whose goal is to address learning loss in students from the COVID impact. We keep hearing that this is mostly students of color who receive the part-time instruction. But when I looked at the exploratory study, I saw that the number of children of color who received the resource support was not provided. Do you think you can fool us with vague percentages? Then we saw less departments robbed of desegregation dollars because, as many of us have heard, political favoritism stepped in to save friends of some department heads, such as student relations and pet programs of board members. If true, cronyism is alive and well in TUSD. This is not a way to run a business that serves students and not adult agendas. We have heard the political platitudes about literacy and the importance, but a program designed to deal with learning loss due to COVID should not be transposed as a remedy to a problem that is rooted in institutional racism. We know that less experienced and less credentialed teachers wind up in schools in lower socioeconomic areas and schools with large numbers of African Americans, Latinx, and Native students. Fix it. The board's attention should be laser focused on hiring full-time, highly qualified teachers for every kindergarten through third grade. Teach and test for reading progress regularly and ensure academic progress. Stop stereotyping our students of color as learning loss students, struggling students, or other insulting labels.
Thank you. Your time has expired.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sylvia Campoy.
I'm Sylvia Campoy, Mendoza Plaintiffs Representative. Once the district court order was lifted from TUSD, the oversight shifted to the governing board, which includes fiscal responsibility and the ongoing implementation of the post-status responsibility and accountability plan. Please hear the words responsibility and accountability. within the plan to which the board legally is committed. After about 17 months after the court order released you from its supervision, the administration began tampering with the court order desegregation budget. Not even 2 years, not even 3 years, 17 months later. Community members immediately alerted the board about its potential default, and the first plan for desegregation destruction was scrapped. Still, TUSD continued and persisted in offering plan after plan to improperly extract desegregation 910G dollars from departments that provide programs and services relative to the post-unitary status responsibility and accountability plan. Again, here are the words accountability and responsibility. There have been a number of targeted desegregation fund reallocations from various departments, and they were listed to undergo time and time again. The high count was 11. Now it's a few. It's changed. Most of the departments have been impacted either by increasing a large amount, decreasing, or some departments have just disappeared from any impact at all. You have a PIA that is required under your obligations to the court, and part of the reason you were released from the court order. Those PIAs do not meet the legal or ethical requirements. They are filled with action items. Impacts are never listed. Therefore, they are wrongly done. If those had gone to the court, they would have been turned down immediately. But because you're not under a court order, it is up to you, the governing board, to absolutely reject what has been submitted to you to extract desegregation dollars from vital departments and services within the desegregation court order. The community is watching. You are responsible for the accountability having to do with desegregation. There's an appeal in the Ninth Circuit right now. I hope very, very much that you will take the right action tonight to not allow desegregation dollars to be thrown around the district until all the money disappears all over the district without accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Judy Morion.
Good evening. Superintendent Trujillo, Board President, Luna Rose, Board Clerk, Sextrom, and members of the board. My name is Judy Marillion. I am speaking tonight as a public education advocate and former TUSD school librarian and retired school librarian educator. This week is the American Library Association's National Library Week. Yesterday was the Right to Read Day. In districts across the country, the entire month of April is celebrated as School Library Month, but not in TUSD. Tonight, I'm asking why this board fails to fund certified school librarian positions. This call relates to two separate agenda items on your agenda this evening. First, the approval of contracts for the 2024-25 school year. It is my understanding that at least one certified school librarian hired with support from ESSER and Title I funds will only be rehired next year if she is willing to work as a classified hourly employee. The second agenda item further relates to the district's failure to maintain and grow TUSD certified school librarian positions. An Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Committee must include equitable access to full-time certified school librarians who support curriculum and co-develop educational programs that meet the needs of all TUSD's diverse students and families. Literacy and learning are nurtured through relevant curricula and students' independent reading. Students will thrive in environments that provide equitable access to reading materials that are accurate, diverse, and inclusive of the widest range of human experience. Along with their classroom teachers, students deserve an advocate in the person of a state-certified school librarian. Budgets are about priorities. Since 2018, I have had conversations with the superintendent and members of this board regarding TUSD students and educators' access to vibrant library programs. Unfortunately, promises that were made were not kept. It is way past time to work toward the goal of a professional librarian in every TUSD school. Thank you.
Next is Reverend Elwood McDowell.
Yes, I want to speak very briefly about my support as the Education Domain Chairman for the IMA CAT community organization. I believe that having some community input as well as some professional input from people of color can make quite a difference in terms of the direction of EDI in the district. And so I want to especially say that I've spoken to many members of our community and that we are all very much in favor of establishing such a committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Shakira Oliver.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Trujillo, Board President, and board members. My name is Shakira Oliver. I thank you so much for your service. I am a CSP at Valencia Middle School, where we are JAG Nation, but we do have Title I designation with 90% ELL of our student demographics being very diverse and being represented from 9 tribes. As a CSP, I coach and I offer professional development and to our staff and tailor to our instructional and student needs. And so I'm requesting from you today, please consider DSEG funds to be directed to student intervention. And so here's a reality. Our current 7th graders were 3rd graders during remote instruction. So therefore, they were missing one-to-one classroom whole group, small group, teacher-directed literacy structure typical. They had spotty Wi-Fi, tech issues, and the research states that parents did their best, but they were stressed. So essentially, federal ESSER funding guidelines allows districts and school sites the flexibility to accommodate their learners. And at our site right now, we have 1 reading interventionist, 1 math for 1 grade level of 166 graders. We ideally, if we pivot, right, to address this pandemic loss, we would have 2 more for our grades 7 and 8 with district DSEG funding. So I want to let you know literacy impacts math progression because our state assessment consists of multi-step analysis of word problems requiring application of math. And then when we use our funds at our school site to cover these positions, then we don't have the essentials. And right now we have a grant for our tutoring and enrichment program. So my principal, Mrs. Giss, wrote a grant. We're in year 2. Other than that, there are no other community providers within our geographic proximity, Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, or off-site learning centers to support us. So ideally, I'm requesting that DSEG funds equitably be distributed to the students who are most impacted, and it would benefit our students with district funding, not our site funding, as they matriculate into USD. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pacific Tuyasenye. Sorry if I butchered your name. Okay.
Good evening, governing board members. My name is Pacific Tuisenge. I go to Tucson High, and then I'm a senior right now. I will be presenting on climate action policy. So I'm originally from Byumba, Rwanda. 7 years ago, I moved here to Tucson, and ever since then, I have been a student with TUSD. And reflecting on my past, I remember engaging in community service back home, a big community service. We'll come together to clean roads, streets, plant trees, and overall to really make a healthy environment for all. Upon moving to Tucson, I tried to keep these efforts and I found support with my elementary teacher, who's retired now, Ms. Stevenson, at John B. Wright Elementary School. She helped me through academics and even working with as little things as working in the garden at our school. And then, so as proposed in a later policy, I will, proposed in the policy, starting some gardening programs in at least 50% of TUSD. This will be some things that could really help with climate change and so on. So, and then that will be, I think that I would love to do for other students. And moreover, she introduced me to a program called Tucson Village Farm /4H, which was an impactful to me, where I was able to work with youth. And it's a program that works with reconnecting youth to healthy living, as well as prepare and grow fresh foods, and then empowering youth to make healthy choices. Through my involvement with Tucson Village Farm, I've been involved in various outdoor adventures, traveled to new places, and formed connections with people. However, through these experiences, I've become increasingly aware of the environment challenges we face. The environment issues of our planet concerns me deeply. For Earth is just not a place that I live in, and it's just a home. It provides the environmental for my outdoor adventures and the canvas for my travels, and the stage where I've been able to meet new peoples. So considering the fact that we are part of a life on Earth, it's evident that each of us have a responsibility. And then I'll be glad for the board members today to consider this plan to help improve the future of our students. So let us work together to promote and to protect our planet. For doing so, we keep it safe, not only for our own well-being, but well-being of all living who call Earth a home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Barboa, how much time do we have left? We have 4 minutes. We can get one through. What would you like to do?
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in person, and then 2, 4, 6.
Okay, so we have 6 speakers in person. We have 6 letters to be read.
Madam President?
Yes.
I'd like to move to extend the call to the audience.
Okay. I will second.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay. We will extend the call to the audience. Please proceed.
Next is Kayana Anderson.
Hello, I'm Kayana Anderson, and I am a sophomore at Saguaro High School. And I'm talking about climate action and sustainability. I've been a student at TUSD for 7 years, and the teachers at Saguaro have been kind and welcoming, which is why I believe that TUSD really cares about our students. Every year, I go camping with friends and family, and it's a really important part of my life because my cousins and I can all go up to the mountains and explore the forest. Exploring together gives us time to talk to each other and spend quality time when we would normally be, looking at our electronics. We love going up to Mount Lemmon and playing in the fort we found a few years back. It's just outside Showers Point. Unfortunately, Showers Point is covered in burnt trees and charcoal because of forest fires. Exploring and growing closer with my cousins at Showers Point isn't as special when all we can find are what's left of a forest fire. When my cousins and I walk through the forest, we find more dead trees than living ones, and we come back to the campsite covered in charcoal dust because of the forest fires caused by climate change. To combat this, the plan we are presenting will reduce water usage from landscaping by 50% by 2035. Another really important part of my life is Valley of the Moon, an outdoor theater that is a nonprofit organization founded by the people. At Valley, I am able to de-stress as I act in their shows and volunteer. Since Valley is outdoors, it doesn't take long before I start to overheat, which affects how motivated I am to perform well in shows. When the weather becomes too much to bear, I find myself rushing through scenes so I can go back to the green room and get water or take my costume off for a few minutes and cool down. Valley is a really important place to me, so when people come to pay for its attractions, it brings me relief. Climate change would stop this. The students at TUSD are the CEOs, engineers, authors, astronauts, teachers, and administrators of tomorrow. As teenagers, we absorb every bit of knowledge around us, internalizing it and taking it with us through adulthood. If we learned in a clean environment today, we will continue to make choices that better our lives and environments in the future. The education policy will encourage students to care about the environment and climate change's effects on it, which they will continue to do so for years to come. Beyond the rewards we will reap in the future, there are also immediate gains. Implementing sustainable practices will improve air quality, reduce waste, and protect rapidly depleting resources like water. Climate action not only improves our lives today, but also shapes our youth into responsible, driven, and environmentally aware adults. This plan today is a catalyst for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Joe Tolliver.
Good evening. Why are we still dealing with desegregation 60 years later? I don't understand. Perhaps we should vote yes on creating the Equity, Diversity, Inclusiveness Advisory Committee to report to the board. The community needs to trust that a watchdog committee made up primarily of community members will watch over what is being done to best serve students, and particularly students of color, and make recommendations that will urgently improve instruction within the classroom. The community is quickly losing confidence in how things are being managed, and the lack of attention and respect given to community input. Maybe it's time for yet another federal complaint to be filed by community members. Do not allow the proposed cuts to desegregation programs and services that are recommended to you tonight. There's nothing trustworthy about how the process has proceeded since the start of 2024. In general, stop tampering with desegregation budget. A complete audit is needed to determine what students are being served by the desegregation funds. These funds are designated to improve the education of children of color and the protected class. Open your eyes and look within. Are you satisfied with the life you're living? It has been said, we build your penitentiaries, we build your schools. Brainwash education tried to declare us to be the fools. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lillian Fox.
My name is Lillian Fox. Welcome, board and superintendent and attorney. I have an MBA in finance, and I've used my knowledge of finance for years and years and years. I've followed TUSD's budget for many years. I exposed the $17 million of misappropriation of 301 money that Dr. Trujillo's predecessor did, and that forced the district to pay teachers back. So I really know finance, particularly TUSD finance. I am astonished at the information you've been provided about how the DSEG money should be spent. I agree with the prior speaker, and that's despite my knowledge of finance as just being totally befuddled by all these changes. And I also agree with Sylvia about the lack of credible statements of impact. You should not tolerate this. I will tell you, I know only one of you has an MBA in finance. If ever financial information is presented to you and it's not clear and you're feeling kind of confused, it's not your lack of knowledge of numbers or your inability. You should be very suspicious of the speaker and the presenter. The financial information should always be presented in a way that's very clear, that you understand perfectly. If you don't, then you need to start looking under the covers. What's been presented to the board does appear to be designed to evade the district being held responsible at all for the DSEG money. If the money is allowed to be reallocated like this, that's something you shouldn't tolerate. Other speakers have spoken about the libraries. I will tell you, in 2014, TUSD laid off every single elementary and middle school teacher, and the board had no idea they were voting for that, because the way the budget was presented to them, if you went through the hundreds of pages, you would have found that's what you were voting for, or what they voted for. Be really concerned about financial information that's presented to you. The reason TUSD does such a wretched job on educating kids, the reason after about 4th grade, the percentage of kids who are proficient in reading declines, because you don't have any libraries, you don't have any books, they don't make progress. I'm running out of time. The people who are speaking about paid maternity leave are right. You have daycare centers that are a big drain on money. They were supposed to make it possible for young teachers to stay in the profession despite having babies. Those daycare centers are not affordable. They have never been affordable for teachers. Look very carefully at the budget and ask a lot of hard questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brianna Chilius.
I would like to first thank the Governing Board for proclaiming April as National School Library Month in TUSD. So that allows us to properly celebrate and acknowledge the hardworking efforts and contributions of all existing school library staff across the district. So in honor of National School Library Month, in addition to National Library Workers' Day and National School Librarian Day, which was April 4th, I'd love to bring back to the focus and attention to the School Librarian Restoration Project that I brought up back in the November 15th, 2022 meeting, the 2023, and now again in my letter to the Governing Board today. So in that specific meeting, it was mentioned by Dr. Trujillo for a report on the feasibility of library funding, quote unquote. I don't know if such a report was ever done since then, but I'd love to know if such a report was furnished. For the 3rd time, this was a tenacious effort that was originally initiated by, as you so gloriously were graced by, Judy Morleone, former TUSD school librarian, now retired, who worked for the district from 1994 to 2003. And now I was so pleased and honored to have been present with Ms. Morleone, the woman behind establishing the TUSD School Librarian Project, Restoration Project. She initiated and took back on in 2018 with members of the TUSD School Community Partnership Council. Out of the many schools across the district, a school very near and dear to me will be losing its 3rd school library assistant in the last 3 years. Therefore, the school will not be properly prepared for the upcoming school year to welcome its new and current students in the school library with a pleasant, warm greeting from one of their PLCs. This is not just a district problem, right? It's a state problem. But schools need to really do a better job on putting more values in their school library staff, school libraries, aside from school public teachers, as you heard from my colleagues this evening. Now more than ever, we need leaders who will be willing to step up and advocate the necessity of having an active and vibrant school library community with state-certified school librarians with library assistants as paraprofessionals. Library assistants should not be doing the work on their own, despite the exceptional work that they are doing for their students. I will reverberate what Ms. Morleone had stated at the end of her final call back in 2018. All schools deserve professional library services with a fully staffed, vibrant school library community program. If no accountability or effort will be taken to further strengthen and stress the important roles and impact that the school library staff have on students, the board will have to answer the grievances expressed by teachers, support staff, as well as concerned parents, other community members, why their student is not proficient in both, not just literacy, specifically multi-literacies, digital literacies, informational and computer literacies, as well as practice discernment and guidance from school library staff on which books.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next is Nicholas Hishal.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Haisha. I'm a sophomore at University High School. I'm the co-president of our Climate Action Union Club. I'm a Tucson member of Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, and I am the outreach director for the Starry Night Initiative. I'm here today because I think it is important that we make special, well-informed decisions about investing in our country's future generations. I'm speaking in support of the climate action plan that will be introduced to you all later tonight. I believe that if we invest in transitioning to cleaner school buses, if we invest in having a cleaner campuses around TUSD schools, that not only will our students do better, but also our schools economically will do better. The EPA estimates that 30% of school energy consumption can be decreased by investing in clean energy. The American Institute of Architects estimates that student performance does 15% better in cleaner environments. I believe that we should not be looking at money for investments, but we should not just be looking at the financial costs for investing in it, but also the social costs of carbon and the inaction if we don't make a change today. I believe that there's multiple avenues of funding, including the bipartisan infrastructure law and other grants that will give our school district more than adequate funds to invest in our school districts. And that is why I'm urging you to support the climate action plan later today. And I thank you all for your time.
Thank you. And then our last speaker is Aiden Goldberg.
Good evening, Superintendent, to the members of the board. My name is Aiden Goldberg. I'm a senior at University High School, and I'm here to express my support today for the climate action resolution that will be presented for the board later this evening. I know that we all understand we're in the midst of a climate crisis, and we need to act now. TUSD has a responsibility to take immediate and severe action to address the effects of this climate crisis. And I have seen the benefits firsthand when our schools specifically addressed the cost of the climate crisis and tried to encourage students to take part in sustainable measures. At University High School, we have an entire class dedicated to environmental sustainability. It helps our students understand what is currently going on and what we can do to fix it. We have a garden at our school. We have chickens at our school. I'm a big fan of the chickens. And I see students sit out on the benches, sit on these tree stumps, eat lunch, talk. The garden doesn't just provide food for our school, a class for our students to interact. It helps nurture a great environment at UHS. We need to make sure that we act, that we implement the proposed measures in the climate action plan to ensure a better future for both the parents, the teachers, the faculty, and the students at our schools. I urge the members of the board to seriously consider the climate action plan. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we have comments to be read. This is from Delma Hawkins. Please vote no on the reallocation and redistribution of desegregation dollars. For several months, the administration has attempted to convince the board and the public that a scenario of robbing Peter to pay Paul is good. However, robbing in any form is wrong, as your discipline code for students states. If it is inappropriate for students, the administration and the board should refrain from the act. Most of us who have attended the governing board meetings since January are homeowners, and the administration and board are wrong to assume that messing with our tax-based dollars that stream into the TUSD desegregation budget at $64 million will go unseen. Leave the desegregation dollars in place to implement the post-unitary status obligations in place. Your public forum to address this issue was a sham. The superintendent took up most of the time in peddling a plan already presented. The public then had a few minutes to counter the hours of a hard sell that had taken place and had continued. The board voted for a public forum. which should have held one. It showed disrespect in delegating it to the superintendent. The community has waited too long to be shown the respect it deserves. We will wait no longer. We demand that you vote no on the reallocation and redistribution of desegregation dollars. Next, it's from Betts Putnam Hidalgo. There's really nothing more frustrating than saying the same thing at every meeting, but it is entertaining to see how the district responds. At the last meeting, I highlighted that there are no impacts other than financial cited in your impact statements. That is not the impact that the desegregation impact analysis calls for. But I digress for the third time into saying that an impact statement should state the consequences of actions, not just call for the actions. The last time I pointed out that the monies taken out of the magnet department would be damaging to the programs. So in this shell of a game, where can we get the money from? I note that now the department is no longer part of where the monies are coming from. But never fear, now money that's being removed from a variety of other departments will most certainly damage the magnet program in many ways. First, removing incentives to teach at magnet schools is unconscionable. How is our teacher retention and what fills our rate in magnet schools these days? A true impact statement would include that information. Second, limiting the advertisement for magnet schools will undoubtedly result in racially concentrated schools, unless you think that conscious or unconscious racism has gone away or magnet schools have never worked. I remind you that as a magnet parent with incredibly well-educated son who is comfortable in a very racially diverse world, I think they do work for all of their students. And finally, reducing the use of transportation will put the final nail in the coffin. Reducing currently empty monitor and driving jobs means the system stays at its currently unsatisfactory level despite repeated calls to the audience about the amount of time it takes students to get to school and pretty much constant drumbeat of the need for more monitors in schools and on buses. Were those spots not planned for because there was a real need? Are you really letting vacancies define your future policies? The secret to magnet schools is transportation, and sloughing it off into a temporary pool of money like the bond money will surely create problems in the future. And finally, since desegregation advocates started asking for more information about this reallocation, it has really been impossible to find out exactly how many students by race and by number and not percentages have been served. Excuse me. Have been served by interventionists over the years and what the outcomes have been. The district has had a position for many years, and there never has been a longitudinal study of its success rate. That in and of itself is a disgrace. Stop sending the board financial action plans masquerading as impact statements. Get someone other than the financial manager. And that's the end of 3 minutes, but because I was, did you pause it, Jean? No, I'll go ahead and finish. Okay. Stop sending the board financial action plans masquerading as impact statements. Get someone other than the finance manager to work up what real impacts to living, breathing students will be of your plans. And let me comment on something else next meeting, or surprise me and begin serving students as they should be served. Next is Tucson Unified School District Governing Board members. We jointly served as members of the Desegregation Unitary Status Plan Implementation Committee, reporting to the Special Master and the District Federal Court for several years. In our review of the 910G desegregation reallocation proposals, we are compelled to strongly recommend against the funding cuts for desegregation programs and services as approved by the court, and the proposed 910G redistribution of funds. The most important point to consider is that the regular reallocation of desegregation funding may bring politically motivated scrutiny by the state legislature and create a risk for TUSD and all Arizona School District desegregation funding. Submitted by Mr. Kelly Langford, Dr. Vicky Valentine, and Dr. Rebecca Montaño. Next is, my name is Frida Baker. Facts have a way of finding justice. Ignoring them has poor results. For decades, I have advocated for students in TUSD. I served on the court-ordered desegregation independent citizens committee and was the NAACP's education committee chairperson for many years. The ICC reported directly to the governing board and monitored TUSD compliance with the desegregation court order. In 2005, the ICC issued a lengthy, detailed compliance report to the governing board that showed numerous areas of noncompliance, which the governing board ignored. When the district court lifted the court order unjustifiably, the Fisher and Mendoza plaintiffs filed an appeal with the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The plaintiffs' attorneys submitted evidence to show TUSD's noncompliance, including the ICC's 2005 compliance report. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals remanded the desegregation case to the federal district court. I see glimpses of the same thing going on in TUSD, an arrogant disregard for the legal agreements made by the board in its efforts to have the court decree lifted. Court oversight is gone, legal obligations remain, and ignoring the commitments made less than 2 years ago is dangerous. Many of us who have dealt with TUSD's noncompliance with the court order, including its fiscal management of the desegregation funding, keep telling the board to stop the nonsense in considering desegregation dollars to replace ESSER funding for RTI/intervention teachers. The administration's repeated sales pitch to convince the board to reallocate funding from desegregation programs and services and to redistribute it to pay for RTI/intervention teachers is a pretentious shell game and may be a losing re-election platform. A shell game may put TUSD desegregation funding in great jeopardy. In all the years that RTI teachers have worked in African American and Mexican American student services, the superintendent never showed interest in conducting a research study on the impact of their services on student academic growth. He says there is no time now. He's had years. When ESSER dollars were about to run dry, a quick and dirty study was conducted rendering dirty results. Yet it is wrongly used to provide fiscal programmatic recommendations. Stop the attempts to tap into desegregation designated funding. Conduct valid research studies that offer valuable database policy guidance. Listen to the community. Listen to my community. Next is Kiana Matson. In addressing the board, I request that Natalie Luna Rose and Ravi Shaw really hear me, since they were so trigger happy to demolish the Equity, Diversity, Inclusiveness Department on January 30th. They fell over themselves to explain to the hundreds of Black people in the audience that they are not racist. Stop the talking and start the showing by getting your hands out of the desegregation cookie jar. The cookies belong to the desegregation programs that were in place when the district court stopped its supervision over TUSD because it believed its compliance efforts would continue. My name is Kiana Matson. You have heard from me before, and my voice has returned because of the mess that you have stirred up or allowed Gabe Trujillo and Ricky Hernandez to kick up. I am a proud Black professional woman and have been involved in the Black Lives Matter movement nationally. My home base is Tucson. I help support and raise my nieces and nephews who I adore. They all attend TUSD schools. My adult family members are each property owners in TUSD and pay taxes, some of which are distributed to TUSD through the desegregation funding you receive from this community, about $65 million a year. I have spent hours poring over the Ricky Hernandez documents that have reallocated desegregation dollars around from the designated departments. The terms reallocate and redistribute are lipsticks for words subtract and add. Over and over again, Ricky subtracts desegregation dollars from court-approved allocations to add to non-desegregation service. No transparency, just utter confusion. His subtraction of desegregation dollars is added to a service that has provided limited instructions to children identified as learning loss students. Then the community is told, don't worry, it is mostly for Black and brown kids. It is insulting and racist. The study used to assess the services is worthless. which is just another show of how Gabe, Ricky, and the board value Black lives who attend TUSD. I ask that each of you reject the subtraction of desegregation dollars to add to services that are straight out relentless deficit models used on kids of color. Vote no on the so-called reallocation and desegregation funding. I promise you this, if this item is not voted down, I will organize a movement to have state officials investigate the board's improper policy action. Next, good evening, Superintendent Dr. Trujillo, Legal Counsel, President Luna Rose, Clerk Jennifer Ekstrom, and board members. My name is Guadalupe Henninger. Please vote yes on item 5.3. Our board members volunteer to better the outcomes of our teachers, students, and everybody in TUSD. They do not get paid, so it is fair to reimburse them on expenses they incurred when conducting their official duties. On item 6.3, the desegregation funds, we need to remember they are trying to do the best they can with limited funds that they have. We need to focus our attention at the state level because we have had a GOP-led legislation for more than 10 years. And for more than 10 years, they have been cutting education to the bone. The GOP-led legislation have been giving massive tax cuts to big pocket donors and also catering to their special interest groups. That is a major reason why the state is facing a deficit and does not fully fund our schools. We need to call the AZ GOP-led legislature and tell them to stop massive tax cuts that mainly benefits their big pocket donors and start fully funding our schools. Call our AZ GOP-led legislature and tell them to invest in education, healthcare, paid leave, preschool, childcare, clean air, clean water, and nutrition. Investing on these things is good for our economy. At the U.S. federal level, the U.S. GOP-led House of Representatives needs to stop the political theater and focus prevention and root causes on immigration. We need to come out with the funds to stabilize those who are being displaced by dictators so they do not have to run for their lives. Sincerely, Guadalupe Henninger. And that concludes our call to the audience.
Thank you, Ms. Ekstrom. All right, board members, any response to tonight's call to the audience? And again, thank you to all those who spoke this evening. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone who spoke today. First, I just want to say that, I didn't know about the 12-week unpaid parent leave, and so I want to thank everyone who came and spoke out about that today, and I would support a change to this policy. Thank you to everyone who came to speak about the EDI committee and the desegregation reallocation. And I'm looking forward to speaking more on that later in the agenda. Also, thank you to the students who came to support the energy conservation policy. And last but not least, thank you to Ms. Judy and Ms. Bree for talking about the need for librarians in our district. I think, getting our students up to, the appropriate levels of their grade has a big thing to do with the fact that we do not have certified librarians. And so I did, as Bree said, did request some information about how we can fund those countless times. I would like to add to a future agenda, once again, a presentation on how we can fund certified librarians in every TUSD school. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Romero.
First of all, I would like to thank Shakira for coming on out from Valencia. And how important CSP coordinators are important at our school districts with all the interventionists, the important role that they play at the site level, along with MTSS. I'm the only board member up here that can say that because I visited every 88 schools. I see how important it is on the ground level, the job that she is doing, the interventionists are doing, the MTSS officers. Everything that they're doing are for our kids. And I've been to these classrooms, and it's a mix of everybody. It doesn't matter race. Any kid that needs the help, our local schools are doing that. And I tip my hat off to you, all CSPs, MTSS, and our interventionists. Thank you for coming out here. Very brave of you. Also, just clarify some facts. The Aspen fire of 2003, June 17th, was human-caused, and the Bighorn fire in 2020 was a lightning strike. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. Any other comments? I just wanted to say concerning the parental leave, thank you, Mr. Mendoza, for staying and having TEA come and speak. If you don't know, we are not the only district that doesn't offer parental leave. It's Pima County wide, and I would imagine it's probably statewide. So this is definitely work with TEA, but TUSD could become a leader in this, and so all of us are parents on the board. All of us have dealt with parental leave at some point. So we hear you, and thank you, Mr. Mendoza, for coming. Okay, Dr. Trujillo.
I want to thank everybody for coming and call to the audience, but just really special thank you to our employees and the parents that spoke on parental leave. That, as a new father, that really hit home. Just having gone through that a year ago and experiencing the FMLA and the cap on the 12 weeks, it's a real issue, and I want to thank them for bringing that to the forefront of our attention.
Okay. All right, we will move on. I do believe concerning agenda adjustments, we should be going to 6.3. School year 24-25 desegregation funding reallocation proposal, performance impact analysis. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, President Luna Rose, members of the governing board. We've already had this presentation quite a few times. I just want to make a couple of statements. Number one, just for further clarification, we've said this numerous times in public, both public meetings, and we've tried to address it in frequently asked questions, a document we have posted on the main page. We cannot take dollars that are regulated by statute as 910G desegregation dollars that have to be targeted at desegregation qualifying expenditures. That expressly means we have to use them on programs or mandates of either an existing court order or a previous court order. Every single year that we have been under court supervision, we have gone through the budget development process. Part of the budget development process has always included a DSEG budget reallocation process for which the administration would identify new programs, new positions, new initiatives. They would justify them in narrative form and share them with the plaintiff representatives and the special master, who would look over them, offer us feedback, at times object, at times have a counter proposal with additional ideas and thoughts, and the special master would issue a report and recommendation that ultimately would either be approved or disapproved by the court. That process has been in play for years. That is the process that actually brought us the 8 interventionists that have lived in DSEG for the last several years. We went through that process because for the new operating plans for Mexican American Student Services and African American Student Services, we had to go through that process to create those new operational plans. So the belief that you can take desegregation dollars, that I can do that, leading the administration or the board can do that, and you can subtract them from your 910G desegregation budget and literally move them over into your regular district budget and start funding non-desegregation qualifying expenditures, you can't do that. Statute doesn't allow us to do that. Page 27 of the Unitary Status Plan, Section E, Provision 3. The district shall develop and implement strategies to identify African American and Latino students, including ELL students, most at risk of being retained and provide identified students with extra time, resources, and interventions that accelerate their learning. This additional time should take place during school, before school, after school, or during the summer. That is the specific provision of the court order that allows us to introduce this expenditure to qualify as a desegregation expenditure. This is not an M&O regular budget expenditure that will live in your M&O budget. This is a desegregation expenditure that will live inside of the desegregation budget. You will see it in your desegregation budget presentation later this summer as a new expenditure under targeted supports and interventions. So that is really important for everybody to understand. I know that there's a lot of statements of we're going to subtract DSEG monies, we're taking DSEG. We can't do that. We can only create new programs, new initiatives, new positions that qualify to be covered by DSEG. So in a sense, this is a new DSEG expenditure moving into the desegregation budget. Point number two, we're supposed to respond to feedback that we receive from the community and from the board itself. And we've done that with tonight's presentation. I know there were a couple of statements about how the proposal has changed over time over the last several weeks. It's supposed to change over time as we've done forums, as we've received emails, as we've heard feedback from all of you publicly in your study session last week. Tonight represents that feedback. So tonight's version of the reallocation package still is operational, still targets outside of the classroom administrative spending like administrative travel, supply budgets, professional development. But what we've taken off the table are the concerns that have been expressed to us by student speakers, by board members, and even by the community, that even nominal reductions in the ability of students to access books and supplies, particularly in culturally relevant instruction and multicultural, should just be off the table. Whether it's $1,000 or $10,000 or $100,000, it just needs to be off the table. That's what we've done tonight. Same thing with gifted and talented education. We heard the concerns that teachers that are pursuing their certification, we don't want to subtract from their ability to pursue that certification, even though we have these 4 professional development days that we're able to give them a lot of certification work in-house. We should still have those dollars available for them. Should it become necessary for them to pursue coursework to be able to pursue that certification. So we've taken that feedback and we've put together a desegregation reallocation proposal that now reflects, I believe, well-rounded community feedback, board member feedback, individual feedback that we've received from department members that we'll now moving forward to the board for consideration to now formally fund these response to intervention teachers, reading and math interventionists as a new qualifying under 910G statutes, not maintenance and operations, as a new expense to be incurred inside of the desegregation budget. Here are some more information on the departments that we did not engage in any cost cutting or budget reductions. Number one, per the feedback that we've received from the governing board directly, the importance of the programming in terms of achieving major objectives inside the classroom, inside schools, laid forth in the unitary status plan. We also included with public attachments the racial and ethnic makeup of the schools currently being served by reading and math interventionists, as well as response to intervention specialists. We've also included as a public attachment more information on the 1,298 students, of which 85% were students of color, Native American, African American, and Latino students that benefited from having reading and math interventionists in response to interventionists through better academic outcomes and better growth than students that did not have access to the intervention. And so with that, I will turn it over to the board for discussion or any questions.
Board members, questions for Dr. Trujillo? Michelle.
Thank you. My first question in regards to the slide that states that there's no cuts in our ethnic departments. If there are no cuts, then why have those departments have had their budgets frozen and they're unable to make purchases like pencils, printing ink without going to the CFO first for approval?
The reason that the budget is frozen right now is we're ending the fiscal year with an almost $4 million deficit. And what's happened is over the years that the governing board has approved raises and invested in benefits and the costs of fuel and the cost of materials and consultants and supplies, general increases in costs have hit desegregation programming. But guess what? We can't levy more than the $63 million that we're levying. As those costs have risen, our $63 million has always stayed stagnant. We've always relied on positional vacancies at the end of the year to try to balance the budget. That's not working anymore, as now we're hiring, and we should be, because all of those positions are vital. Now we find ourselves in a precarious situation where there is a $4 million deficit, largely through some very historic work from this board. This board, a few years ago, approved an $11.5 million decompression package, sorely needed, to raise wages across the district, $18.25 for bus drivers. Remember, 50%, well, pending tonight's vote, up until this moment, we've always split funded transportation 50%. 50% of salaries for bus drivers, for behavior monitors, has always been borne from the desegregation budget, and 50% from maintenance and operations. Rising costs of benefits and fuel have really put us in a situation where we have a static amount of money that cannot be increased. We're capped at 2008 levels, and we have to find a way to make it work. And the only way to make it work and to avoid cutting is to put a freeze until we can see the extent to which the deficit can be addressed through current positional vacancies, halt on out-of-state travel, halt on consultants, and anything that is non-essential for classroom instruction or school-based services, or of course student support services. All of our hires at the school level are still a go. If there are vacant magnet teacher positions, that are still a go. Vacant student success specialists for equity departments, that's still a go. This is outside of the school, department level operational spending freeze.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I was going to mention this deficit that the CFO mentioned at the January 30th meeting, 4.5 million. And so if we have a deficit in DSEG and we are reallocating 3.4 or so million for these positions, how are we going to make that up? It seems that it would be smarter to, if some of these are appropriate to, cut, that should make up the deficit that we have.
We will be coming with an alternative proposal in the coming weeks for how to deal with the deficit in a separate agenda item, with some financial strategies that will include shifting even more of the percentage that is funded from desegregation into transportation over to the maintenance and operation budget. And we'll also have a clearer picture on positional vacancies and departmental level underspending that could potentially wipe out the deficit without affecting the ability to fund successfully these response to intervention teachers.
Okay, well, it's concerning to hear that there's going to be more cuts to DSEG as we move forward. I think it would be most appropriate to find a way to pay for these positions in M&O.
Board members, any other? Mr. Romero.
Dr. Chio, right now we have limited funds where we can get a lot of these things. And we're trying to do the best as far as the board for the benefit of our students that are participating in our schools and help them become proficient and all the different subjects that we have. Like I'd mentioned after the call to the audience, how important our MTS, CSP, and our interventionists are. If we do not make this work for them, we're kind of running out of areas where we can find funding for these instrumental positions within our district to help our failing students. Is that correct?
This is the only ongoing funding stream. We certainly have one-time funding pots of money. When we talk about carry forward that's basically one-time dollars that you carry over from one fiscal year to the next. So when we hear ideas, well, why don't you just fund the teachers out of the carry forward? You can, but you're only good for a year, because you're going to have to keep coming up with those dollars if you want them to be a permanent presence. So as with anything with staffing and positions, you want to identify a recurring revenue stream. Because of the focus of this work and because of the heavy presence of students of color across the district that are benefiting academically from this intervention, it does fit into student engagement and support language of the Unitary Status Plan almost perfectly, if not 100% perfectly. It is a position that is already, although there's only 8, working in the 2 equity departments. But it should be noted that the 8 interventionists that are working in the equity departments aren't tied to one school or one particular set of students throughout a particular year or for any given period of time. So that would be a different study than what we conducted for the ESSER interventionist model, which was in one classroom serving a set of students for a length of time and examining impact.
So ultimately, moving forward on this, we're going to create sustainability for those positions at our local schools where they're needed, and we don't have to worry about, like I said, one-time events, and knowing that our student population will be served on a continual basis.
Yes, and I know that in the forums, several questions came up, and even through calls to the audience over the last several meetings. Is this new desegregation expenditure, is it permanent? It's permanent until you call for a performance impact analysis to remove it, which is within your authority as a board. We can also start the process for a longer longitudinal study that will take into consideration other factors that impact student achievement, right? That's where you get into class size, the experience level of a teacher. You start getting into other factors, classroom composition, how many students have an IEP versus those that don't. You typically would need a good 5 years to have a really strong longitudinal study to get a full range of just how each factor contributes to student achievement. A logistic regression analysis, which is what we facilitated, is a widely used, widely renowned statistical test designed to determine the probability that one singular factor had an effect, either positively or negatively, from one treatment group to a non-treatment group. And that's exactly what we facilitated, given the lack of time and years in that we've had to facilitate a longitudinal, multi-factor, multivariable study, which we certainly would do. And our recently departed Dr. Willis Hawley would always insist on longitudinal studies, but he was also very reasonable, understanding that that wasn't always possible, given just the nature of the extensive nature of that kind of research. And when you're making budget decisions when you're making programmatic decisions year over year and you need to examine effectiveness, you have to take a look at other variables that could be measured more immediately and apply shorter range statistical tests to them, as we did with logistic regression.
Dr. Shaw.
Hi, thank you, President Luna Rose. So I have a few things I wanted to say about this topic, and I'm going to start with kind of proposing the opposites. So just a what-if scenario, hypothetical, what we were in the opposite situation where we had desegregation funding going through dozens of teachers working directly with students in small group instruction, working mostly 85% with students of color, and we decided to come to the board with a proposal to no longer fund those teachers from DSEG that were working directly with mostly minority students and addressing literacy and math and other educational needs of those students, especially those who are struggling the most. What if we were coming to as a proposal to replace that with out-of-state travel or marketing budgets or stipends? That would seem pretty ridiculous. If we were going to remove a bunch of teachers working directly with students, mostly students of color, funded through DSEG funding, and instead just had a proposal to fund those, to use that money instead and reallocate money away from student-facing teachers and instead fund out-of-state travel, marketing budgets, stipends, transportation costs that we can put in M&O and other things. So I think we're getting lost in what we're trying to accomplish here is really addressing the needs of our students. You know, the EDI, equity, diversity, inclusiveness, is what our goal is with our desegregation funding. And let me just touch base on the E, the equity. It's not just a buzzword. It is hard work with our students on the ground to address equity in access to academic success and actually helping them learn to read, write, and be proficient in math. And we look at what is going to drive equity. You know, we looked at literacy. The Budget Advisory Committee looked at literacy a few years ago, and this isn't something that I came up with. It's something that Dr. Trujillo came with, or Dr. Freitas, who does all of our studies, or the Budget Advisory Committee came up with. But this is national standards. These are from the Arizona State Department of Education. This is from national organizations. These are from research studies that are looking at study after study after study, longitudinal studies, long-term studies, well-numbered studies over decades in different environments all across the country. And three things were consistent in all of these recommendations from every group that has looked at how to address literacy, and I'm assuming the same is going to be true for writing and math. The three things were consistent. It was an evidence-based curriculum. It was well-trained teachers working directly with students, and small group instructions. Those were three things that came up time and time and time again with all these studies and all these organizations and everyone that's made recommendations. And so we've addressed curriculum. Dr. Shui even said at the last meeting that we've passed more new curriculum and invested more of our capital budget in curriculum since the pandemic than in the generation before the pandemic. So we're addressing curriculum. We are addressing professional development for our teachers. We created 4 teacher professional learning days and supporting PLCs and supporting different things to help make sure that our teachers working with our larger classrooms are as well trained as they can be to be effective in how they address student achievement. And then finally, small group instruction. That is what the RTIs do. They are doing small group instruction. As my colleague, Mr. Romero, mentioned, I've seen the same thing when I visit schools. I've seen our RTI teachers working one-on-one or in small groups with our students, working with books, working on language development, working on literacy, one-on-one with students. And that is what is evidence-based. That is what makes an impact for our students. And with all these dozens of RTI positions that are doing small group instruction, working with predominantly students of color, we've seen the remarkable growth. And there's no win. There's no victory sign here, but we've seen growth. We have a lot of work to do to make sure that all of our students are reading and writing and doing arithmetic proficiently. But we've gotten enormous growth to get there, and we see that in our letter grades. We have better letter grades now in the post-pandemic world than we did before the pandemic. And that is testament to our students' amazing hard work, to their families and their amazing hard work, and of course, our teachers, and for TUSD for being able to invest the ESSER money, the COVID relief money, on items that are evidence-based, on positions like our RTIs, like our CSPs, our MTS coordinators, and others that are evidence-based and are making such an enormous impact on our students. And so what we're trying to do here tonight is make sure that our desegregation money is actually addressing equity, actually addressing equitable outcomes for our students, actually addressing positions that are working directly, one-on-one, in some cases, with our students, especially those who are students of color, so that we can address the academic achievement gap based on race and zip code and other factors, so that we can help our students learn and grow. And that is what we're going to accomplish tonight, and that's what I'm going to support tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Shaw. Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you. I would just like to say I've heard so many of you and your points of view, and we've seen numerous emails from principals and teachers who are boots on the ground. And it was suggested at a meeting that we close schools to make up, this deficit. I've lived through having to deal with school closures. As the mayor of South Tucson, it was approached to us that they were going to close Mission View and Ochoa. Those types of ideas, school closures, have impacts on communities. This was in 2008. Ochoa is still getting phone calls today asking if their school is up for closure. And it's sad. It's sad that, that staff has to deal with these questions, and parents have to deal with, is this going to be something that we could face? Mission View and Ochoa are B schools now, and they have RTI teachers. And I'm just so proud, because it took a lot for them to get there. And it's because of this, it's because of, what we're doing here tonight. It's not an easy decision. We are trying to invest in teachers who are teaching our students. These are our most important reasons why we're here on the governing board. We're here for students. We want to make sure that they are reading, that they are writing, that they are doing math at their grade level at least. And if we can change the lives of 1, 2, 3 students, then we've done our job. And again, this is not an easy decision, but we are taking funds as far away from the classroom, as far away from instruction, culturally relevant instruction that we can, because we do realize that desegregation and these monies are important. But we also have to realize that these teachers are important and our students are important. So I am supporting this tonight.
Thank you. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. I am in full support of funding the RTI and reading and math interventionists, but I think we should do it from another funding source. Who knows what the administration is going to come up with in the next few meetings about how we're going to figure out this $4.5 million deficit from DSEG. Who knows? And so you're going to vote to fund these positions when we're not sure what's coming down the pipeline. I think that's a risk. And we should have enough money in M&O. There's, with the bond, Ricky's going to talk later today about the $150 million that's coming through. That should cover maintenance and things that we used to have to cover through M&O. So we should have more money available in that funding source. And so I really think it would be most wise to not use desegregation funds to support these positions. I do think that many of these proposed reallocations should get out of the DSEG budget. I mean, the $100,000 from operations to support the 20 HVAC portable units. Of course, that should be funded from another funding source. But we should keep that money in DSEG to be used with our existing programs or to cover the deficit that we have in there. And so I really want to urge my fellow board members to think about the next couple meetings where we're going to have to find another way to like reallocate these funds to go to the deficit. And so, like, please think about that and support, vote no today on this. And do ask the CFO to, give us a presentation on how we can fund it through M&O or another funding source.
Mr. Romero.
And, I appreciate Ms. Shaw, that observation from a different viewpoint. I think some of the things is that this does meet a criteria where we can use our dollars on, and the fact that it's going to be sustainable for these, because, again, we know how important these positions are. And I know just in business, you got to kind of pivot certain times on how, the ESSER money, the ESSERs created this program, correct, Dr. Trio? Before this, if it wasn't for that, blessing in disguise that we do have that, how we can continue and how we can be a better district because of it. I know one of the key things for me understanding is the core grades, kindergarten through third, how important that is to build that strong foundation for fourth grade, for fifth grade, and then on to high schools after middle schools. We can continue to keep looking at other areas in M&O, but I think, there's a lot of things. We're talking about, parents, getting, our newly parents getting time off. Where's that money going to come from? All these different programs that we're talking about, where these monies are going to come from. And I think to be responsible board members, we look at all the options. If it's something that fits the criteria, and we can create successful students and school sites, I think we should really take really strong consideration. And I understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate that. I just feel that we need to put our confidence behind our MTSS interventionists and CSPs to let them know they're doing a good job and that they will be sustained with their positions as long as the board will continue.
Thank you, Mr. Romero. I have to, when I got on this board, it was because I'm a parent of the district and an alumni of this district, and I wanted to see this district move forward in a positive way. A lot of old history connected to TUSD. And as somebody whose family grandparents went through this district, I felt like a need to be here. And so as Ms. Ekstrom said, nobody's exactly like yay for cuts. It's not what we want to do, but this is where we are right now. And I'm really proud of the work of the RTI teachers that have really get in front of our students and do the work, and our CSPs who do the work. I too have been in the classrooms and have talked to teachers and have talked to principals who will be lost without where they are. And a lot of them tend to be in our elementary schools, which is a lot of it, that's where the need is. I think with what's going on right now, and I don't want to see us step backward. We have moved up in this district, both grade-wise with the state, within our schools. There's pride there. There's pride when those schools have moved up from a B to a D. They've had celebrations. They're so proud of the work that they've done, and they couldn't have done some of that without the work of our RTI teachers and any of the other staff, parents, and the support of the district to do that. So I do support the reallocations this evening. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Many of us are new to this, even the three of us who have been on this for almost, 4 years, a little under 4 years now. And then even our administration don't have the historic knowledge to guide them in a way that I think is going to keep us in compliance. I think we should trust the experts, Ms. Sylvia Campoy, Dr. Lorraine Richardson, and our community experts as well, Miss Lillian, Betts Putnam Hidalgo, who are cautioning us as we move forward with this reallocation. I would prefer, and I would urge the board once again to really consider funding the RTI positions out of M&O. We just passed a $480 million bond over the next 10 years that should free up a lot of money in M&O to fund these positions. And so I'd like to move to fund the RTI positions out of M&O.
I do believe that dies for lack of a second. Board members, any other discussion? Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. And so, I appreciate that sentiment. I appreciate, talking about the bond and what it's going to do for our district. But as we know, we can't use bond money for positions. We can only use it for capital and facilities. That's a legal definition of what we approve with the bond. And while we'll allocate some of our base capital funding that we normally have into M&O, even when we do that, even before we address raises or paid family leave or sick time allocation or anything else, we're already at an $8 million deficit for next year on our M&O budget, and that's not sustainable. And there isn't room in our M&O to absorb this, and I wish there were. I wish the state was funding, as Guadalupe says many times in her written comments to the call to the audience. We've heard her say this many times. We've heard Ms. Ekstrom say this on behalf of her many times, is that the state is not funding our schools adequately. They are not. The state is not funding our schools adequately. We are hundreds of millions of dollars behind on capital allocations to our district, along with properly funding per student rates that we need to provide these services. And if the state were providing services and providing money adequately to our schools, instead of siphoning off to private schools and other places and tax cuts, then we would have plenty of money in our M&O budget for these positions, RTI, CSPs. We would be able to expand RTIs to every single school and every single student who needs them. We'd be able to fund everything we need to, but the state is not funding our schools adequately until we elect a state legislature that's going to work with our governor and fund our schools adequately, which I hope we do this fall. We're left with the state legislature that we have and the funding that we have, which already puts us at a deficit in our maintenance and operation budget, which can absorb RTI teachers of $3.5 million. So I will move the item tonight.
I'll second.
The motion to approve the administration's proposal for reallocation of desegregation funds for the 24-25 school year. Necessary to continue funding for the currently ESSER-funded reading intervention, math intervention, and response to intervention teachers. Moved by Dr. Shaw, second by Ms. Ekstrom. Ms. Barboa, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Romero?
Yes.
Dr. Ravi?
Yes.
Ms. Shaw?
No.
Ms. Ekstrom?
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose?
Yes. Item passes 4-1. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are on to item 7.3.
Yes, President Luna Rose, I'd like to turn the proceedings over to Dr. Shaw. This is an item that he has brought forward as a potential first read.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Trujillo and President Luna Rose and fellow members of the governing board. And I know we'll have a couple of folks coming up to the podium. You can come up right now to the podium. And we'll be co-presenting this with Arizona Youth Climate Coalition. And I want to thank the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition for not just being here tonight, but really leading this process over the last, almost year. I think it was the last spring or summer that you first reached out to me and other governing board members about bringing and addressing the climate crisis in our world through action that we can do here locally in TUSD. I had asked the coalition to hold off until we got through the bond election, so we knew what we were really working with in terms of capital expenditure and what we were able to do in terms of replacing HVACs and addressing construction and other things in our district. And that's why the timing is now, because we've passed a bond. We're going to be doing significant facilities improvements and capital improvements, and we're going to be purchasing new school buses already, thanks to the voters that came out to support the bond in November. And the time is now to make sure that as we do all these huge transformations of our district over the next 3, 5, 10 years, that we do so in a way that's going to be sustainable, not just for us today, but for the next generation, for my kids and for our kids that are here tonight, the future generation. And so we come to the board tonight with this, I think, very timely and very important climate action and sustainability policy. It replaces an old policy that we had addressing energy conservation, and to make it really address sustainability and really address the climate crisis. And so what we're going to be doing tonight is outlining the proposal tonight. We'll be talking about who is leading the initiative, thanks to our student groups that are leading this initiative. We'll be talking about why climate action is important and why it's important for our district to really lead the nation, and not just the region, but really lead the nation in school districts addressing this. Talking about some of our mission and goals and going into some scopes of admission, but really spending the majority of the time talking about the mitigation strategy and the different points in the policy and the proposed changes tonight. With that said, this presentation will be led mostly by our student group, and I'll lead it off to Ojas Sangi and his team, and he can introduce your team, and they'll be leading us in our presentation tonight.
Awesome, thank you so much. So let me introduce myself. My name is Ojas Sangi. I'm the Tucson co-lead of the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, which is a statewide youth climate advocacy org. In Tucson, we've worked with the mayor and council to help develop the city's climate action plan. And we've also worked with the governor's office as well as many other orgs across the country. I am a sophomore at the University of Arizona studying computer science, and I'm an alum of University High School here in TUSD. And I'll let everyone else in our team go ahead and introduce themselves with their name, their school, and their grade.
Yeah, so my name is Owen. I currently go to University High School. I'm actually a sophomore too, but yeah.
Hi again, my name is Nicholas Haishar, and I'm a sophomore at University High School.
I know you've already heard from me, but I'm Aiden, and I'm a senior at University High School.
I'm Kayana, and I'm a sophomore at Saguaro High School.
I'm Samantha, and I seem like I'm the oldest. I'm a senior at the University of Arizona studying environmental econ and an incoming postgraduate at Oxford University studying environmental econ as well.
Awesome. So a quick introduction to this. Our team, around 30 students, led this process over the past year, starting last summer, led by the co-lead me and another co-lead, Annabelle Close. And over this process, we've incorporated expertise from many different orgs, including the NBI, which is the New Buildings Institute, the WRI, which is the World Resources Institute, and Citizens Climate Lobby, which is CCO. So we've had like national experts helping us make this policy. So next slide, please. Okay, so quick introduction to why TUSD should take climate action. And this text might be kind of small for you all to read. So I'll go over some of the key points. First, schools are the largest public emitters of greenhouse gases in this country. And annually they emit as many greenhouse gases as about 15 million cars. And school districts in particular have a responsibility to take climate action because climate change affects children disproportionately, and school districts are where children spend so much of their lives for the first 18 years. And TUSD especially has many elementary and middle schools. In terms of costs and energy, currently across the nation, K-12 schools spend almost $13 billion a year on energy. And every $1 that we spend on this sort of climate action will save us $6 in the long run. One case study is at this net zero energy school in Kentucky. Within 8 years of going net zero energy, they saved almost $12 million. And I know just now we were talking about dealing with deficits partially caused by fuel costs. Taking this sort of climate action would help alleviate that going forward. There's also the angle of equity. Students miss 14 million school days per year due to climate change, due to asthma caused by polluted air, and it's students of color who are disproportionately affected by this. And improved cognitive performance is linked to lower exposure to air pollution. So we're preventing kids from missing schools, and we're helping them do better in class by taking climate action. And finally, taking climate action will help make our schools more resilient. Temperatures nowadays are reaching over 110 degrees in this state and in Tucson. Last summer, during over 100-degree weather, many power lines went out in Tucson and people lost power. And the city-run designated cooling centers also lost power. And so installing solar with battery storage would make schools more resilient and enable us to provide shelter to our community in need. Next slide, please. So again, a quick overview of this resolution. The high-level idea is that it commits the district to cut its emissions in half by 2030 and net zero all of its emissions across all three scopes of emissions, which I'll talk about in a second, by 2045. It's divided into a few major areas: climate mitigation, which is taking action to stop emitting greenhouse gases; climate adaptation, which is working to adapt to the impacts of climate change, which are inevitable; education, so implementing a climate curriculum and preparing the next generation to deal with a climate change impacted world. And then we have multiple sections talking about funding, equity, implementation details, and reporting. So about the scopes of emissions I mentioned earlier, there are 3 scopes of emissions, and this gives us a framework to use when we're trying to figure out how do we cut our emissions. The first is direct, scope 1, which is direct emissions. So for example, the vehicles that TUSD owns and drives, what are the emissions from those? If we burn natural gas in our buildings to heat our buildings, what are the emissions from those? That's scope 1, most direct. Scope 2 is more indirect. It's basically all the emissions from the energy we purchase. So all the energy that TUSD uses is purchased from TEP, and 80% of TEP's energy comes from coal and gas. So how much emissions are we producing when we're buying energy? We need to find a way to make that zero. And finally, scope 3 is indirect. It's all emissions from upstream and downstream the supply chain. So when we're buying food, what are the emissions produced when we're buying food from concentrated animal feeding operations, like massive amounts of methane and CO2 if we're buying like beef and chicken. And then downstream as well, if we're paying for students or employees to travel somewhere else, and we're indirectly causing emissions by paying for their cars and their planes. So how do we find a way to zero that out as well? So that's the framework that we're dealing with in terms of climate mitigation. So I'll quickly go over them, the different pillars in this climate mitigation. The first is to get a baseline report, figure out how much we're emitting across these 3 scopes currently, and then create a dashboard to publicly report where we are right now, and so that we can track progress as we continue to work on this. Another core pillar of this is transportation. So TUSD currently has policies on reducing vehicle idling. So this beefs up the enforcement of those policies. And it also gets a district to convert its school buses and its white fleets to electric by 2035. And this has major benefits, and it's been a national selling point. It saves money, again, going back to the fuel costs that I mentioned. It improves health outcomes, it cuts emissions, and when developing this over the past year, we heard concerns about the responsible sourcing of these batteries, especially around cobalt. And so there's language in this resolution to specifically address that and help ensure that TUSD gets its batteries and all of its materials from ethical sources. Buildings are another huge part. At a portfolio level, the goal is to have all buildings in TUSD certified by LEED, which basically has certain standards for energy efficiency, electrification, air quality, etc. And so we're trying to reduce how much energy we consume. We're trying to reduce the amount of emissions created when we're living in these buildings and creating these buildings. And then you also have project level goals, so more granular goals for every single new building that we make or every single building that we renovate, which we're going to be doing a lot of in the next couple of years with our bond money.
I'll just add, we're going very superficially over some of these. The details are already in the documents in terms of how we're going to achieve some of these goals and what the criteria are going to be. So our goal for our presentation is to really be high level, talk about some of the things that we're trying to accomplish with the proposal, and then the details are in the documents.
Yeah, we have specific numbers for everything in the document. Broadly, we're trying to electrify every single thing, so 50% by 2030 and 100% electrification by 2035. As we talked about already, buildings and vehicles, but this also includes cooking equipment, landscaping equipment, etc. So everything that burns gas, we want to stop that and make it run off electricity. In terms of purchased energy, we want to achieve 100% clean energy use by 2035 and strive to get a net zero district. Again, a net zero energy district is a district that produces as much energy as it consumes, and it's this kind of a district that saved $11 million in Kentucky just 8 years after it was certified as net zero. And now coming to indirect emissions, this is the scope 3. First, we're looking to divest whatever funds we have control over from fossil fuels so that we can revoke the social license of fossil fuels in our society. And we're trying to disassociate from fossil fuel companies as well. In terms of food, we want to reduce waste. We want to start compost programs. And we want to ensure that the food that we serve to children come from more sustainable sources. And then, again, mentioning composting and recycling when it comes to waste as well, and finding a way to let's not throw everything into the landfill, but create a more systematic method of dealing with this waste and approaching zero waste. We also talk about procurement, so every single thing that we order and buy, how do we ensure that we're emitting the least amount of greenhouse gas emissions? And we talk about the Dark Skies Initiative, which is, again, Tucson is a really, really good place for astronomy. And so Dark Skies Initiative basically says that whatever lighting fixtures we install should be pointed towards the ground. It should have a certain level of energy efficiency standards, which means that reduces energy use, which saves us money and reduces emissions. And then we also talk about pesticide and herbicide use, which leads to a lot of environmental damage in the form of chemical runoff. Next slide, please. Sweet. And then going on to the next sections about climate adaptation, I'm going to let Owen go over these slides.
Yeah, totally. So we were just talking about climate mitigation, which is obviously reducing the emissions at the start, but now we're moving on to climate adaptation and resilience. So as the climate crisis worsens, how will the district change to accommodate to that? So this first point here is about heat resiliency. So the first part is establishing a district-wide emergency heat preparedness plan. And then also making sure that all new construction addresses heat resiliency, especially through those heat resiliency hubs and then the microgrids that we talked about earlier with energy efficiency. The second point here is water. So first, making a water use inventory, kind of like the baseline report. And then also transforming the district's water use systems to be more water efficient. 50% by 2030 and then 100% by 2035. And then finally transforming landscaping to reduce the water usage of that area. And then this third point here is education. So the main point here is going to have accurate science-based curriculum for elementary and high school students regarding climate change. So that includes education programs, curriculums, as well as AP Earth Sciences, CTE programs for really the jobs of the future. Also committing to community partnerships that support community gardens, sustainability education, and literacy. This next point here is also engaging students in sustainability projects at the school. So school garden programs, outdoor learning experiences, stuff like that to engage the students in the world around them. Next is addressing climate anxiety. We recognize that this is a really big issue for students in the next generation, so addressing that at the district level. as well as partnering with other institutions such as Pima Community College on climate-focused courses and integration of climate change into existing curriculum. Now, this next piece here is on the funding, equity, implementation, and reporting of this entire plan. So this first piece here is funding. So obviously committing to funding strategies that will work over the duration of the plan, as well as focusing on grants specifically from organizations and the government that are specifically targeted towards these plans. And then also the carbon offset market, which is essentially other businesses can invest in TUSD towards their climate action plan and will actually make the district money from incorporating these pieces. Next is equity. We were talking a lot about this tonight, but we recognize that the climate crisis affects different communities disproportionately, with marginalized and under-resourced communities often facing the worst parts of it. So integrating equity into every part of this plan is one of our main goals. The next piece here is the implementation strategies. So part of this plan is creating a comprehensive climate action plan with roadmaps, with goals. This piece here is meant to, our piece here is meant to give the goals, give some of those numbers, but ultimately the district must create a comprehensive plan. Next, the TUSD must consider every piece of the procurement, of the construction, of the renovation decisions that we talked about earlier in future decisions that the governing board makes, as well as considering the social cost of carbon in any reports, like looking at the EPA's current price for the cost of carbon and then factoring that into decisions. The next piece here is also review and reporting. So creating a website or a dashboard to track progress of how this plan is being implemented so the public can really know what's going on with the money, as well as reporting annually to the governing board about the implementation of this plan. Yeah, and then I'll hand it back off to Ojas to talk about our proposed changes since we filed this proposal.
Yeah, so we've been working on this very intensely over the past year, but especially over this past month. And there's been a really, really fast developing document. And as you mentioned before, we've gotten input from a lot of different national groups on this. So there's a couple of things that we want to revise in the current document that we have on file. And I'm sure that there will be more changes in the document that we propose in the May meeting. But first, regarding its implementation, this is a piece of advice that we got directly from the City of Tucson's Chief Resiliency Officer, Fatima Luna. She said that TUSD should, in this policy, name a climate champion, name a specific staff position to be a climate champion. And it would be that person's role to ensure that climate action gets considered in all efforts of the district. That way climate action isn't just a part of someone's job that they maybe are able to attend to over the 40 hours a week, but instead it's a key part of their role, and they're able to ensure that climate action gets implemented in all of this. Another thing is changes to our building codes details that we had. First, specifically adhering to the latest LEED standards, and also following FIAS building code standards, which is basically a set of standards that promotes passive buildings, which are buildings that use as less energy as possible. And if we're trying to combine buildings with solar and storage and reach a net zero energy district, FIAS makes that very, very feasible. And the last thing is heat resiliency. So TUSD should implement extended hours for its summer cooling centers and expand its access to immediate family. That way more people get access to the 89 schools across the city during the summer when in times of extreme need. And also TUSD should work with local and state levels of government to help ensure safe transportation for people within TUSD boundaries to these cooling centers, so that they can leverage TUSD's electric buses, or for now gas buses, to ensure that people are able to access these life-saving cooling centers during the summer. So that concludes our presentation, and we are very happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Before I let my colleagues ask questions, I just want to say I'm such a proponent of students coming to the governing board because you're in the schools and you're on the ground every day. And the fact that my daughter is a sophomore at Rincon, so she's your peer, and you're thinking about your age group and beyond, but also us adults who sometimes forget. So thank you so much for coming here and standing in unison. That's my favorite thing. So thanks.
Of course, thank you.
Board members. Ms. Shaw.
Thank you, and thank you to all of you who came and worked so hard on this. I know there's others who worked on it who aren't present today, so thanks to them as well, and to Dr. Shaw for working with them and bringing this up for the board to review. I think that there's a lot of great things in this policy, and I thank you all for hearing my concerns that I did express about like the electrification of vehicles and all that, and kind of modifying some of these things. This is going to be, if approved, it's going to go out for a first read, correct? Okay, great. Because I do want, our departments to review it to see about the feasibility of us becoming net zero. Because I know there's a lot in here, and it's really inspirational, and I hope we can achieve all of it within the constraints of our budget. But I just want everybody to weigh in on it, including the community. Also about how much staff time it will take to fulfill all of these initiatives. And I do think the Bond Oversight Committee should run through it as well to check out everything and all of that. About like the electrification of vehicles. I know there's language in here that says that we're going to look for like ethically sourced batteries. What though if we're not able to find ethically sourced batteries that don't rely on child labor and deplorable working conditions in the Congo?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a really hard problem to solve, even at like the national and industry level, given that 80% of cobalt comes from the DRC. Like I mentioned earlier in our meeting, and I'll restate it here, there's national alliances with all major car companies, tech companies, battery companies, actively working every single day to shed more light onto the cobalt supply chain. And also there's tech out there currently existing in Tesla cars driving right now that don't even use cobalt at all, called lithium phosphate batteries. So our hope is that TUSD will be able to work with these orgs to find ways to get clarity on where our cobalt is coming from, work with the school bus companies on this. And yeah, our hope is that we'll be able to address this as much as we can, while keeping in mind that this is a national, international level of issue, that TUSD can do its best to work with the resources that it has and work in unison with these national orgs trying to solve this together, and hope that it's able to do the best that it can.
Right on. Thank you.
Mr. Romero.
All right. Thank you for your presentation. Fortunately, I think there's a lot of other things we're going to have to look at in a lot of these things. I just want to start talking like HVAC within our schools. Electricity is a costly alternative. The HVAC industry has turned to electricity as a promising alternative drawn by its potential to generate from renewable energy sources such as solar, wind, hydroelectric, geothermal power. This is theoretically sound, offering a path to greener operations. But the practical implementation of electric HVAC systems is complicated. While electric boilers do not emit greenhouse gases, at the point of use, the production of electricity in fossil fuel power plants do. The overall environmental friendliness of electric heating significantly depends on the mix of energy sources used to generate electricity. As of 2023, 60% of electricity generation is still created through fossil fuels. So what is the U.S. electricity generated by energy source? In 2023, about 4.178 billion kilowatts or 4.18 trillion kilowatts of electricity were generated at utility scale electricity generation facilities in the United States. About 60% was from fossil fuels, coal, natural gas, petroleum, and other gases. And you talk about polluted air. Created electricity is creating this polluted air. About 19% of this was from nuclear energy, and about 21% was from renewable energy sources. And this data was from the Energy Information Administration and updated on February 24th. In our schools, complete system replacements and infrastructure upgrades would need to be shifting from traditional oil or gas heating to electrical HVAC setup involves a complete system replacement, not just a simple retrofit. The existing oil or gas boilers in water heat must be removed to install new electric systems, including electric boilers or heat pumps. Given the extensive changes needed, including potential upgrades to electrical panels, wiring, and the heating distribution system itself, this process involves a large financial investment for many households and businesses. This cost can be prohibitively expensive. Beyond the immediate cost of system replacement, there are broader infrastructure concerns. Many buildings, especially older ones, like someone mentioned, our schools are from some of the 1800s, may have electrical systems that cannot support the demand of electric heating. Upgrading these systems to handle increased electric loads adds complexity and expense. On a larger scale, if many of these buildings in the region make the switch to electric heating, this could place additional strain on the electrical grid, ensuring that the grid's capacity to handle peak demands during cold periods without compromising grid stability requires substantial planning and investments in grid infrastructure and capacity improvements. And I know we don't have Damon here right now, but I know if we change everything HVAC-wise to electric, like heat pumps, anything below 32 degrees, you're not getting any heat because it's exchanging cold air from outside and the warm air inside. What are we going to do in those types of situations? There's a lot of things we need to think about. This is just HVAC. I know it sounds good, but you're going to have to dig down deep because there's a lot of things that are going to go along with this. The cost. You talk about community, flying airplanes and how are we going to keep that down when we have our, like Taylor Swift flies from Japan to the Super Bowl, in a private jet. What's the rest of the world doing on these things? I understand what you guys are doing here locally, and it's admirable, but what we have is a lot of things that are going to be going on. What are the cost impacts going to be? How is this going to affect some of these schools? As you see, our budget with some of the different things, we have a lot of money that's got to go in a lot of different places. I understand that you guys are looking at the future, but just looking at other things, there's greener energy. Wood stove power, it's a carbon neutral, there is no greenhouse gases that's going into it, even pellet stoves or pellet heating, things of that nature. Even going into other things like electric cooking and things of that nature. There's a lot of downsides on a lot of these things. So again, I look forward to seeing more things and having more conversations. But just being in the construction industry, I think there's a lot of things that we're going to have a lot of questions on, just to make you aware. Thank you.
There was a lot you mentioned, and so I will try to address at least a couple of them. If I miss anything, let me know. And on the finances part, I'll let Sam talk about it after I go through a couple of points. And yeah, I hope I remember everything. First is framing this in a broader context, like what is everyone else doing? Really good point. And I think what TUSD is doing here, if this gets adopted, this is going to be one of the most comprehensive climate action plans in the country. Climate action resolutions adopted by a school district in the country. So TUSD is leading the nation in this kind of work. And I mean, at a national level and international level, there's millions and billions of people working on solving the climate crisis. Just a year or two ago, Congress passed the Inflation Reduction Act that poured $370 billion, which is a low estimate, into climate action across the country. And it's reshaped America's economy, it's reshaped the international economy. Europe is doing a lot, Asia is doing a lot, the UN is doing a lot. Talking about planes specifically, there's a lot of research out there going into electrified planes. Maybe we can power planes with clean hydrogen instead. All of that is tech being actively advanced and actively funded with billions of dollars across the world every single day. And so we don't have the solution to every single thing yet, but within the next 20 years, I am 100% confident that we will. And there's no other way to address the climate crisis without doing that. So that's one point. let's see what else, HVACs, and energy. So it is true that the amount of emissions generated from electrified appliances depends on what the local energy mix is. And as I mentioned earlier, TEP's energy mix here is 80% coal and gas, which is just criminal. And so we need to solve both of these problems at the same time. We need to stop using gas burning equipment so that we stop CO2 emissions from that source. And we also need to stop generating energy from fossil fuels, which generate CO2 in their own right. So we need to solve both of these at the same time in parallel. And that's already being done. AZYCC, we've done a lot of work in terms of working with TEP. They currently have a roadmap to get to net zero emissions by like late 2040s, 2050. And one of the measures in the resolution itself is to ensure that TUSD gets all of its energy from clean sources. So that can be by using solar and storage to generate our own clean energy. That can be by doing something called a solar service agreement, which is where TUSD basically like gives TEP money, helps them build solar projects, and then TEP agrees to give TUSD energy generated from that clean source. The U of A did that right here in Tucson. They set up the largest solar service agreement in the country by any university. And so the U of A has near zero scope 2 emissions, and it gets all of its stuff from clean energy. What else did you mention? Sorry, I know there's a lot out there. I can try to address.
No, like
Taylor
said.
Swift.
Okay, and I'll let Sam quickly talk about some of the financial aspects of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, so speaking on to the financial portion, obviously there are going to be upfront costs for these sorts of things, especially when we talk about electrification of buildings overall. However, there has been information coming from the U.S. Department of Energy suggesting that those who don't pursue net zero within school districts would be incurring like 20 to 25% more costs over 30 years. Additionally, as well, I saw from the U.S. Department of Energy, they released statistics talking about how net zero, full electrification of schools can lead energy usage to go down by 65% to 80% and also lead to obviously less HVAC repairs, which is really important. And all of these like little bits and pieces to how these cost mechanisms work is why we're advocating for you guys to consider issues like the social cost of carbon and to do a full comprehensive benefit cost analysis. Overall, we want to demonstrate that this project over its entire lifespan will bring net benefits to this school district and to this city. We can do that by including the social cost of carbon. We can do that by doing a full comprehensive study. There are plenty of tools for this to occur. Looking at the city of Tucson, they use the firm AutoCase, which also has their own software mechanisms that you can do a full BCA or benefit cost analysis with. So it's completely doable to demonstrate that this investment does have positive returns. And furthermore, just adding on to the statement about, what can we do versus Taylor Swift? I mean, once again, climate action, climate change is a collective action problem. So all of us, by contributing to this, assist in helping. The city of Tucson right now is implementing an incredibly comprehensive climate action plan. We, as a district here, by continuing to pollute, harm the implementation of that. We are not adding to it when we should be working in tandem. So I think that there's multiple aspects of this that we need to consider overall. Yeah, I don't know. If you have any more questions though about, if we want to talk about economics, that's my thing. So feel free to ask.
Thank you.
No problem.
Board members, any other questions? Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you for your presentation and for meeting with me late last year. I really appreciate all the work that you're doing. You're all students and you still have time to fully immerse yourself into this, and that's admirable. So thank you. And I would just like to say I am supportive of this first read. We have so many school gardens coming up in different schools, Monzo's composting. It's just amazing. And the chickens in various schools are really awesome too. But I would like to give a shout out to the late Lucy Del Jorio, who worked to make sure that Peter Howell had trees along the fence because her daughter had gotten asthma just from running around that field. So we do have those heroes in our community, and she has since passed, but she would be so happy to hear this presentation. So thank you.
Okay, Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. I have a couple things I want to say, and I appreciate bringing up staff, Ms. Shaw. So staff have been involved in this from very early on in the process. So I had a chance to meet with our operations team. I want to thank Blaine Young. When I first went with him back in the summertime after the initial proposals from the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, he took the bull by the horns and really started working with his staff on figuring out different proposals and different things that they can do. And our staff is already doing so much right now. Like I was amazed when we met back in January, shortly after the winter break. They gave me a presentation on a Zoom meeting with me and about a dozen staff members in operations and other parts of our district. And I was amazed on so many things that our district is already doing to address climate mitigation and resiliency. We are well beyond where I thought we would be, and we're already tracking a lot of these different data points. And and I want to give a special shout out to Tina Cook, one of our staff members in charge of energy. She's been really engaged in this process for the last couple of months, and her and the entire operations team and others who have been involved in this. Thank you. So that they were part of the process in creating the initial proposal. They had a couple of things that they were already working on that they wanted in this proposal. We expanded upon that significantly. And I think one question I'd love to have some feedback from the board, and I think Dr. Trujillo will need some feedback from the board, is what we want between now and the second read from our staff in terms of some of these pieces in here. I know we talked, Dr. Tunaya talked about some of the cost estimates and how to do that, and I appreciate working with the AZYCC on some of this. And I learned a lot about cost, and of course, as you know from me, going to cost is one of the first things I do whenever we have a proposal. And some of these things are really tough to talk about in terms of cost. And I'll get an example. So for example, we're going to spend and I might be incorrect, I think about $60 million on transportation upgrades as part of the bond. Say our white fleet and yellow fleet. For those in the audience that don't know, our yellow fleet is our buses, school buses, think yellow school buses. And our white fleet are all the other vehicles we have in our district, such as security vehicles or maintenance vehicles and other things that we do to go around our district. And so we're going to, because of the bond and because of the amazing vote by the voters back in November, we're going to spend 60 some odd $1 million on upgrading our fleet. And so, for example, how do we rationalize that in cost of implementing this proposal? Because if we spend money on purchasing 200 buses that are diesel powered, for example, but if we go to electrification on these buses and we spend we can only buy 175 buses instead of 200 because of some increased costs. The cost is going to be neutral. There's zero actual cost to implement this proposal. We're buying less buses, but there's going to be cost savings down the road because we're spending less on diesel and we're generating a lot of this electricity ourselves. And so what the city of Tucson did was they had to hire an outside agency and to work for months on the city of Tucson's climate mitigation proposals. A lot of, not just one amazing economist from the U of A, but the consultants and economists that looked at this outside of the city to really look at all the different proposals that were being vetted by the Tucson City Council and the mayor. And I was actually pretty surprised to see some of the things, and I'll share that with our district leadership, and they might decide to share that with the rest of the governing board. But the city's proposal, and I think it's on page 14 or 15, looked at the cost, all the upfront costs that the city would incur because they didn't have a bond to upgrade everything, our HVACs or their buses like we do, but all the upfront costs to make these changes and what the benefit was going to be in terms of cost savings down the road, or having electric vehicles, having more efficient buildings that were using less energy to heat and cool the buildings during the hot summer months. And I know that the student group has been very active in making sure we're addressing the social costs, all the carbon that we're emitting into the atmosphere and what that means for the rest of the planet. But even if you don't look at the social costs and look at just the financial costs, there was a net positive impact for Tucson's budget by I think $1 million or so, or was it? It was $1 million. It was over $1 million of net positive impact. So after all those investments, all the cost savings were actually net positive for the city. And if you include all the social costs and include all the other things, we were about $7 to $8 million on net improvement. And so we're lucky. We're not a resident. We're not a company that might come and go. We're a school district that will be here for decades to come, if not longer. And any investment that we make in any of these different items in here we can get those 20-year return on investments on all these different things, on solar power, on HVAC systems that are more efficient, on a fleet of vehicles that are more efficient. So we are able to recoup that cost over time. And so I guess my question to the governing board is, between now and a second reading, what kinds of information do we want from staff? How do we want our staff to be involved in looking at some of these proposals? They've already been involved in some of this over the last couple of months, but what more information do we want from our staff to be comfortable making a decision when it comes back to us in a month or so?
Ms. Ekstrom.
I think we need a realistic cost estimate on some of these projects, especially our bond projects, but I'm just not sure that we'll have that in time for our next, for the second reading.
Dr. Trio.
Governing Board Clerk Ekstrom, members of the Governing Board, we actually have our team has already been engaged in that work in 3 specific areas. Infrastructure feasibility, right? So what's going to be the capital demands on the district as we try to provide the infrastructure, for example, for the electrification of buses, or if one of the goals is to get rid of single-use plastic utensils in our cafeterias, we're going to have to invest in those steam-powered industrial washers across 86. So those kinds of infrastructure costs. We're also going to look at impacts on staffing. To what extent would job descriptions change? Would we need to add additional staff? And then we probably are also going to look at just overall budgetary impact in terms of budget sources. I think, for us, the goal tonight is just having the board have a conversation about seeing the policy go out for public comment, and then hearing from the board in terms of what additional information you would look to the administration in advance of a second read. But that work is already underway.
So if that work's already underway, then I would really like to see, a comprehensive report about that. And then I'm just looking forward to seeing what the community says about this consideration.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. So some of these things, especially in the education component in the red line attachment, I'm hoping that we can make happen sooner than it is proposed. For instance, with the CTE programs, we have 2027 and 2030 listed, and I sincerely hope that we could reduce that number to 2025, because I think it would be fabulous if we could get some students helping to make these things happen at some of our campuses in collaboration with other industry experts. Tucson has so many people who are already working on this, Brad Lancaster and others who I think would jump at the opportunity to teach not only our staff, but students, and maybe help with the development of CTE courses. And so I wonder if maybe we can reduce that number, Dr. Shaw, before the first read goes out. But also the statement about Milagro co-housing, that's it says explore the feasibility and cost estimates of providing outdoor learning experiences at TUSD's Milagro property for middle and high school students by 2028. And I think, that community is ready to get that started. I know Mr. McCullum has already been over there, and, I just hope that we could kind of do that sooner, because I think there is a will, and if there's a will, there's a way. And so I'd like to reduce that number by at least 2 years to 2026, because I know there's a lot of students who maybe want to pursue those careers, and I think the sooner the better. What do you think, Dr. Shaw? Have you spoken to Mr. McCullum about these things yet?
Not looking at those dates. It just, if we're going to, for example, transform Milagro into an outdoor learning space, my vision is to, keep Camp Cooper as, elementary school, maybe junior high. My kids went there last week, which was super awesome. And and to maybe make Milagro more of a for the older students, for junior high and high school, and make an outdoor learning environment for some of our older students in TUSD. But it does take time to get bathrooms started, get permits for everything, and develop everything. I love for it to be done as soon as possible. I know it does take time to kind of get architects on board, get people on board to really make sure it gets done right. I love it. I think the years. We can get some feedback from staff and the curriculum department on some of the years, and hopefully it's done before the deadline that we set out. But it does take a while to get some of these things done too. So we got to be just cognizant of that as we develop new sites and things that haven't been used for this for the first time to be used for students to go out.
Okay, great. So yeah, if we could add Mr. McCullum and his team to the list of seeing like the earliest feasibility of establishing these programs, or at least getting a cost estimate of decreasing that time frame, that would be great.
Mr. Rattle.
I have a quick question. There was one thing that I wasn't understanding in your presentation regarding the water. It was point 2B water, and it talks about water use inventory, transform district water use to water efficient systems. So if you can explain me what more of those were, and then I want to talk about transform landscaping to reduce water usages. So what water efficient systems are we're talking about?
Totally. Yeah, and again, I would refer you to the document itself that has a lot of details. But off the top of my head, what I can say is that we're trying to replace all water fixtures with low flow water products and WaterSense certified products. So ensuring that we use water efficient products across our district. And in terms of irrigation, it's ensuring that we're not wasting a lot of water when we're doing irrigation. We're doing it again in a water efficient manner, like following standards and following certain practices.
So, Dr. Trujillo, are we using reclaimed water for our playgrounds and things of that nature, or are we just using regular?
And defer to our facilities director there, Mr. Meyer and Mr. Young. Is it reclaimed, or are we using? We're using reclaimed. Okay.
Okay. So does that play a factor in it, since we are using reclaimed water, to still decrease that on down? I just don't know what that landscape is going to look like. Are we going to have our kids, kindergartners, playing on dirt playgrounds, or are we still going to have playgrounds and things like that for our kids with grass? Or are we going to go fake grass? Do we have an idea what that looks like?
I don't think we've, in terms of those three options, or around those kinds of options, we haven't set out a specific policy in that resolution. That would be something for district staff to explore, most likely with community input. But I'm sure we'd have grass of some sort, but generally we're trying to ensure that if we do have grass, we're not wasting water with grass. We also want to make sure that we have landscapes with desert, native and desert adapted plants. So you can plant it, you water it for a year, and after that you don't need to water it anymore. So those are the kinds of efforts that we're trying to include in this.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Ekstrom.
Is that enough? Can we move this item?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Dr. Shaw, are you happy with the feedback?
Yes, and so if we do move the item, I'd like to move it with the proposed changes in the slide 20 that are up right now, in addition to the policy that we have in the official document.
Okay. Well, do you want to, Dr. Shaw, move it and then put in the wording you want to see there?
Sure, I'll move the item as presented in addition, with the addition of the three items in slide 27 with the implementation, building costs, and heat resiliency added into it.
Okay, I will second that. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any
I
opposed?
abstain.
And okay, so item passes 4 votes, Mr. Romero abstaining. So thank you so much for coming. This goes out to a first read. So, and I'm sure Dr. Shaw explained what that means. You'll come back, and we'll hope to see you again soon.
Awesome. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. Have a good evening, and thank you for staying.
Of course. Good night.
Okay. We are now at item 7.1. Request to establish TUSD Governing Board Appointed Committee, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, I would like to turn this agenda item over to Governing Board Member Shaw. who requested it for placement on the agenda to lead the discussion and the proposal to the board. Ms. Shaw?
Thank you. So this agenda item was born out of the January 30th meeting where community members came to the board to express their concern about the proposed cut of the EDI department as well as the reallocation of the desegregation funds. Dr. Holt, who will be speaking in a moment, asked the board to create this committee to oversee our district's EDI efforts. And so together we worked on this proposal that you can see here on the screen. But not only that, the district no longer has the oversight of the Desegregation Unitary Status Plan Implementation Committee, whose members sent in a letter that was read at tonight's call to the audience. And I think there is a real need for more eyes on our district. In my time serving as a governing board member, I have seen instances of discrimination occur between students and staff that sometimes goes unresolved. And if it is resolved, it takes far too long to find a resolution. I've seen the dismantling of the alternative education programs like DAPE that are designed to keep students who have been long-term suspended in the classrooms. I've seen discipline levied on students disproportionately, and I have seen the desegregation budget used inappropriately as administration leans on our ignorance and lack of historic knowledge, bogging down the issues with misinformation and miscommunication. Be that as it may, I am hopeful that we can fix our problems by listening, learning, and collaborating with the community. So this board committee, if approved, will oversee issues pertaining to diversity, equity, and inclusion as it pertains to policy review and development, advocacy to address discrimination issues in our district, curriculum and education programs, desegregation and diversity programs, and the budget, student discipline, and community engagement, and it'll run with the support of the administration. With that, I'd like to introduce Dr. Holt to speak on the necessity of this committee and its work, and to answer any questions that the board may have.
Dr. Trio, board president, members of the board, thank you for having me here. Just to be in alignment with Ms. Shaw in regards to the need of EDI, we know we need it because of the fact, number one, it's no secret that the nation is going through warfare in regards to having a strong, comprehensive equity department, or EDI or DEI, however we want to say it, but we know that there has been a national strategy to defund and dismantle such a great and powerful and important department in our district. And so, as I said, and I still stand by those words from January 30th, is that I am in full support of a strong EDI in our district. It is truly an honor to be able to say we live in a city where our school district has its own EDI department. Now, what I'm not for is for us to destroy it. What I'm not for is for us to dismantle it and make it weakened to where it is not doing its proper function in the district. Now, I do believe, if we believe that our EDI department is not doing what it should do, then that is the function of our board and our leadership of our district superintendent to redirect the department to be what it is. But where we are standing is for us to have a strong, vibrant EDI department, and not just the EDI department itself, but strong equity departments under it, communicating with itself to be a good, robust type of department. So why do we need this today? And why do I stand for it? Number one, we're not fighting for a person, and we're not fighting for a personality. What's more important than a person and a personality is the institution itself. And that's why we are here. And that's why we believe we need to have a strong EDI advisory that we fight for the institution. Because all of us as individuals will only be here for a season. And after a while, we're going to have to pass the mantle on to someone else to take the lead. But if we have a strong institution, it does not matter who that person is. After that person is long gone, we will have a strong EDI institution for the next leaders and for the next public servants to lead. Diversity, equity, and inclusion are values that help create fairer and more accessible places to learn. By acting on EDI values, its organization can support students, staff in different ethnicities, religions, abilities, races, sexual orientation, gender, political perspective, and different backgrounds. Why is this? Why we need this in our district? DEI or EDI means creating a space where the values of diversity, equity, and inclusion are put into practice. My friends, my brothers, my sisters, let me tell you, equity is just not a buzzword. I've heard it said so many times today, rightfully so when it's appropriated in its rightful definition, but it's not just a cute word on paper. And it's not just a elaborate word that looks good on websites, but it's a word of practice. It's a word of policy. It's a word to where people are involved. Diversity is about representing and appreciating individuals of their different backgrounds, their different entities, identities, and experiences. Diversity prioritizes representation of groups systemically and historically that is underrepresented, such as minorities. Diversity in our space of learning begins with even the hiring process, getting the right people that is going to work with our kids to help them to be successful and to pursue their God-given potential. Equity involves in recognizing that certain groups are disadvantaged to historical and systemic patterns of oppression. It's about supporting and promoting these groups in the interest of creating a fair place for kids to learn. Equity might involve redistribution of resources and power to make sure that minority groups or subgroups are getting the resources that they need to be able to excel. But then let's look at inclusion. Inclusion is a state of belonging where all types of people are made to feel valued and welcome. Let me say that again, to feel valued and to feel welcome. Regardless of sexual orientation or ethnicity or race or etc., inclusion is where we create a space about creating an environment that allows different groups to thrive, not just to survive, my friends, but to thrive. So why should we have it? I'm glad you asked me, and I'm going to tell you. Number one, improve innovation. When you bring together people who share similar life experiences and identities, you will get a limited point of view. By bringing together people from different backgrounds and unique perspectives, your organization can experience great creativity, leading to more innovative ideas. My friends, when schools with greater diversity, it produces greater proportions of success among all kids. Let's look at smarter decision making in this thing called EDI. Similarly, when you have more diverse talent at the table, you bring more greater insight when it comes to making decisions. And yes, students need to be seen and students need to be involved in the schools that they're learning from. I can go on and on talking about better student satisfaction. When we have inclusion, decision-making that takes into account diverse perspectives also ensures that diverse perspectives are represented. This can help improve student staff, engagement, and satisfaction. It also means that when we enhance student relationships, as students, as school districts, your students are made up in diverse groups. When the diversity of our TUSD district reflects the diversity of our students, it's no secret of us meeting their needs and they're becoming successful and yet achieving. And as Ms. Shaw had talked about, looking at what the advisory committee would be focused on is important. We want to look at policy review and development. Why? Because some of the things that's important is we look at and review the racial of staff to students depending on the need and the ethnic issues that are at hand, to work with budget advisory committees to collaborate recommendations. And yes, as an advisory board, we do want to look at the student code of conduct, to look at those policies and see are we're way too punitive in our approach to how we do school discipline versus being more restorative in our approach. I always say that if we don't keep kids behind books, the justice system will keep them behind bars. So the more that we keep children in controlled classroom spaces where they can learn, where they can be seen, to where they're provided with equity and diversity and inclusiveness, and helping them to deal with things that helps them to be marginalized and disenfranchised, the better success our kids will be. And yes, too, we will look at advocacy. What do we mean? By looking at, as a board, monitoring and reporting, looking at the data, being data-driven by what we do. Policy regarding the use of racial, ethnic, and gender and LGBTQ issues that we see that is in our district and in our schools. Addressing racism. Not afraid to have the racial talk, but more importantly, create racial healing, where students of color and marginalized students and poor kids can start that journey of healing. It's important that we look at curriculum and instruction programs. More deeply delving in, more culturally relevant curriculum, more African American studies, professional development for teachers and staff to be more sensitive and trained in these areas when it comes to the matters of race or racism or racial bias. Most definitely, yes, there's been a lot of talk on desegregation, but yes, we want this board to not be a board that have a big bark but with no bite. We want this board to be able to be effective and impactful, to look at desegregation, look how we're spending our money, where we're spending our money, when we are spending our money, and the amounts that we're spending those monies. Making sure that the purpose of this money, of DSEG money, is most definitely helping marginalized students of color, dealing with African Americans and Latinx and our Native students as well. And most definitely, we have to most definitely look at how we do school discipline. Because we know the school to prison pipeline is certainly real. Too many kids are going to prison from school, and that should not be. We should be making sure we have more restorative approaches and strategies on keeping kids into school and staying in the classroom so that they can be very, very successful. And our board, we want to be pulling that data, looking at school discipline data, looking at, and a lot of that data I think is low-hanging fruit. We need to look at referrals. We have too many teachers just kicking kids out just because. And that opens the door for suspensions, that opens the door for expulsions, that opens the door for paper arrests. So we most definitely need to be looking at school discipline and creating strategies after looking at that data to improve the numbers that we see. But then our board must be community engaged, which means that a lot of times we focus so much on the internal that we don't do enough outreach on the external, which means that we still have to remember the power is with the people. And we must respect that fact. All of us have our jobs and do what we do is because the power is with the people. And if that is the case, we need to be more inclusive in our strategy of engagement and engaging with our community. We want our board to be strong on having community members on that board and not just cherry picking people who are yes people, because that's not going to help us if everybody agree on everything. I think that's what our problem, our society, that's the problem with our politics. We speak so much at people that we don't speak enough to people. And so we need to make sure that when we are engaging with our community and getting different members on our board, that these are people who are passionate about the education of our students here, the success of our district. We want our people that is on this board to be strong stakeholders in the community, that has strong opinions, but yet great, robust ideas to make this board very, very impactful, to make our community a little bit better. And finally, I would say, administrative support. The advisory committee will include the direct involvement and support of the superintendent and staff to enable the provisions of data analysis and report and writing and such on. So that's pretty much what I had to say as far as what in our beginning stages of looking to having an EDI advisory board. But again, we are focusing on the institution of the EDI, making it better, making it stronger, making it to the point to where it is impacting all our kids. And at the end of the day, that's what it's all about, is our kids. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Holt, for presenting to the board. Board members, questions? Mr. Romero.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. You had mentioned that you would be willing to have that racial talk. What is racial talk? I don't understand.
You don't understand what racial talk is?
No.
Okay, so racial talk is talking about racism, because that is still one of America's greatest sins in this country, is to deal with that tough talk of racism. And even though that we have had some great strides moving in some directions on dealing with race, we still have a lot of work to do. And the truth of the matter is, sir, is most Americans, that is African American and Latino, most of our experiences of experiencing racial bias came from the education system. So how we are treated on discipline, how we're treated on making sure even certain schools not having enough resources and education tools in different zip codes, you can see the big difference on how students of color and communities of colors are treated versus their white counterparts. When we look at discipline, black and brown kids are suspended 3 to 6 times more than their white counterparts. So when you say you don't understand about this conversation of race, these are serious issues, and this is data that we see all throughout the United States of what's going on between students of color and their white counterparts.
And maybe it's just I didn't have that conversation because that was not how I was brought up or raised. I've been raised in a very Christian family all my life. So we never saw skin. We all bleed the same. It doesn't really matter. So, and then coming from a Hispanic background, I heard stories from my grandfather, but there was never anything in a negative way. So I guess when you talk about that, it's hard for me to grasp because I've never been in this environment, so that's why I asked that question. No disrespect whatsoever. I've never had that conversation.
So let me ask you something.
Yes.
If you see somebody 6'2", do you notice that they're 6'2"?
Well, that they're taller than me. That's about all I'll notice.
Right. So the point that I'm making, if you can notice somebody's weight of 180 pounds or notice their height at 6'2", then you most definitely see their race. There's nothing wrong with seeing race. Matter of fact, I want you to see my blackness, okay? There's nothing wrong about acknowledging our differences and our diversities. I think it should be embraced. That's what makes our community a beautiful community, is our differences. Most definitely, it's not about a colorblind society, because that's really not truthful. We do see race. We do have different biases. Sometimes that's deep in our consciousness. But what the point is having those brave conversations about how we feel about different things or how we was raised. Like you say, I was raised this certain way. Believe it or not, there's some kids that have been raised or been exposed to racism from their parents or grandparents. And so they have those different ideologies. So the point that I'm making is the fact that racism and racial bias is certainly real, but the best way that we can start countering that is we got to start not talking at each other, but talking to each other and also seeing each other's pain. Because another thing about racism and people have been experienced discrimination, racism comes a lot of trauma and a lot of pain and a lot of psychological ramifications of experiencing those different things. So this is the reason, my friend, why I say it is very important that we start having an advisory committee to where we can start looking at that and addressing the issue, but more importantly, coming up with better solutions so we can start even dealing with racial healing in our community.
And one of the things you just mentioned in the beginning, embrace, and that's huge. Like you said, if we can embrace and we can celebrate and we can, grow together as a community on this, like I said, yes, we can see you through these eyes, but they're not God's eyes that we're seeing. We're seeing through human eyes.
Yeah.
But like you said, we can embrace and celebrate. That's truly what it's all about. And you've made a lot of great points today, and I do appreciate it. And there's a lot of things that I did agree with you on. So thank you very much, Dr.
Thank
Holt.
you, sir. Appreciate you.
Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. Thank you, Ms. Shaw, for bringing this proposal. Mr. Holt for being here tonight to talk about this. I'm really concerned that this is well beyond the scope of a committee to be able to do. A committee that meets at most an hour or two a month, maybe even less often, to get people from the community who has time to really engage. We look at our other communities. The Budget Advisory Committee meets 6 times a year or so for about an hour or two. Our audit committee meets either monthly or quarterly, and it's hard to get a quorum sometimes for some of these meetings. And I think the one big committee that's going to have to meet more often is going to be that Bond Oversight Committee, because they're really tasked with something very specific. The Budget Advisory Committee has 4 different. What we've done over the last couple of years, we have 4 small topics that they can address in a 2-hour meeting. 1 hour bringing things to it first, and another hour another meeting, and they have some time in between to have staff work on these things. This seems really out of scope for a committee to be able to accomplish effectively, and I'd love for this to come back to us another time when we could really hone this down to something that we can have a committee to accomplish. Like I don't want to set up a committee for failure, and I'm concerned that this is way too much for an official board committee to be able to accomplish.
Dr. Shaw, which items in this proposal are you concerned would be out of the scope of a committee?
No, there isn't one item in here. I think just the entirety of the proposal is pretty much, a lot of it is work our staff is doing. A lot of things are happening, but for a board committee, we might be meeting 12 hours a year, maybe 20 hours a year to be able to address all of these different points effectively, I think is really out of scope for a committee to accomplish. And so, I think if there's a question to focus on, a couple of things and how we can use a committee to be effective, to really affect change for board, to come to the board with recommendations, to say, hey, we need to change this, this isn't going well. We have, these many schools with African American studies is hitting these many populations. Like we want to do this. That's in itself an entire topic point for the Budget Advisory Committee, looking at multicultural studies and other things, or ethnic studies, and for a committee to do that plus 20 or 30 other things that are on here, I think is out of scope for a committee to really accomplish effectively.
There's a lot here certainly, but I think if we organize it in a way that will set up the committee to work effectively, they can certainly accomplish the goals of the committee. Perhaps they will be meeting each month on one of the items, 1 month on policy review and development, another month on student discipline, or maybe 2, depending on the topic. And so I think, as I said earlier, if there's a will, there's a way. I certainly know that there's people in the community like Dr. Holt and others who are passionate about this topic and will do what they can to find a way to be effective. Do you want to talk anything
Ms.
about
Ekstrom?
that?
Yes.
Dr. Holt?
Yes. Dr. Shaw, was there any positive that you liked? Because you didn't say any. What anything that stood out to you?
I think a lot of these things are great to look at, and like I said, what we do every year is we come up with 4 things that a budget advisory committee is looking at. They've looked at some of these things as well, and again, everything here is part of our DSEG program, and a lot of these things are happening, and a lot of these things are very positive for our students, and so I don't have anything specific in here that I want to take out or add back in or anything like that. But I think for a committee to be successful and to be focused on the entirety of our DSEG program, I mean, student discipline, as you mentioned, Ms. Shaw, like a meeting, an hour meeting or 2-hour meeting to talk about student discipline as a committee, then come up with recommendations, doesn't seem very feasible in terms of having a whole, we have a whole committee just on alternative education programs that you'd propose, and we finally have people, doing a staffing for this committee. Looking at one small program and having a whole committee on this. This is looking at the entirety of everything we're doing in DSEG, and I don't think it's feasible for us to do in a committee setting.
Well, Mr. Ross, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe our committees are given agenda items, attachments, so that they can prepare for the meeting. So it's not like they're going to be looking over an 86-page document in a 2-hour span. They'll be, studying before the meeting and then commenting on that information. And so I think it's doable.
Ms. Ekstrom.
Thank you, Dr. Holt. I think for an effective committee, I think, have you spoken with Dr. Brown about the stuff that's already going on in the EDI department, what African American Studies is doing, what Mexican American Studies is doing, because I feel like this would kind of be redundant if the work's already being done. I'm supportive of having a community oversight committee. I'm okay with that, but I do believe that this is a lot. And just for example, community engagement, ethnic department, parent conferences and events, I believe that's already happening. So what would be the goal of the committee in regards to that?
I think some of it is going to be more, even though you have a lot of things going on, you still need community engagement. And this is what this advisory board does, to also create additional oversight too, to make sure community is involved with many of these different things. That I think there's some things that's already in place is very internal, but not enough external involvement. So getting community members to have a say in a lot of these things that is going on, I think is very important. I think one of the big issues we have as far as conflict in this district right now is that we don't have enough of that unity for as district and community. And I think the advisory board also come with fresh ideas. Yes, I do believe you have many of these programs, but can these programs be better? Can they be more enhanced? And where a lot of these ideas can come from. I think the wealth of those ideas of making what we do better can come from the community. Now, make no mistake, we're not ignorant at all. We can walk and chew gum. We can do several different roles, having different members of the community on this advisory where we can take on some of those charges. Now, we're not saying we're just going to rush in and just do all of the bullet points. No, we got to build as well, getting the right people on the board, to starting somewhere and then expanding and then working on some things. Also, having some of the staff be privy of some of the work that we're doing so we can figure out what they're doing and figure out also what is not working, that we can tweak it, make it more efficient and make it better. I think that's why we have the advisory board. So yes, I do know that you do have things that are on there, but that advisory board and having the community be a part of what we're doing, I think just makes it better.
No, and I understand that. I understand TUSD has issues with getting out into the community and presenting ourselves. That's one of the reasons why I ran for this governing board, because I believe that, we need to be out there more.
Yeah.
I just think it needs to be, this is a lot, and I don't know. I can support creating a committee and then maybe coming back and discussing more about this. But you know, it's just a lot to take in for this one meeting. But I can support creating a committee and talking about who would be on that committee, how many people. That's something that I can support today.
Okay, thank you. Let me in, then I'll let you, Dr. Shaw, and then Mr. Romero. Okay. So I'm going to piggyback off Ms. Ekstrom's comment, because I feel like we already have advisory committees within Mexican American Student Services, African American Student Services. So I feel like this is sort of redundant because we have those committees and they meet regularly. My other concern, and I am, all happy to have an advisory committee in advisory capacity, but this, I have to agree with Ms. Ekstrom that this is a little too much. I think we need to come back to the board and some more thought given to it, because we're also we have 5 committees as this board right now, and we don't have enough staff to staff those committees. So we would be adding something extra to that board office. So I'd want to see how can we do that, because we just started the Bond Oversight Committee. So we just don't have enough. And I feel like with this committee, does that negate any of the work that Dr. Stroger's been doing with her committee, that Ms. Brummer has been doing over in Mexican American Student Services, so on and so forth? And so have they been approached about this? I think there still needs to be more ideas fleshed out on this.
Madam President.
Yes, Ms. Shaw.
So if you look at the document, this isn't solely about oversight of the EDI department or our ethnic departments at all. I mean, look, student discipline, community engagement, curriculum and education. Yes, we have those departments, but this committee is designed to oversee them, okay? Oversee the work and how we can improve them. It's certainly not just to keep an eye on African American Student Services, EDI, and so on and so forth. And so you said that we don't have enough staff, but who told you we don't have enough staff? Because I was not communicated that.
Well, I think, we've got, and I'm not trying to put Ms. Barboa on the spot, but we just, within the board office, they already have a lot to do with the current committees and with us 5 as a governing board. I would just want to make sure that we've got the resources available in order to be able to facilitate yet another committee that this governing board would oversee. And I feel like it's kind of tenuous, Dr. Trujillo.
Yeah, and the administration is not involved in whether or not you want to start an additional board-appointed committee. So I'm just chiming in because where I do come into the conversation is just logistical support. I had an opportunity to really meet with the board staff and kind of talk about just some of the challenges that we have with the 5 existing governing board appointed committees. All of them are subjected to OML. Minutes have to be published for all 5. Agendas have to be set up in board docs. Attachments have to be collected from staff. They need to be posted. Actions need to be posted. Call to the audience needs to be managed. Our policy mandates that all of our board appointed committees have call to the audience. And then a lot of our board appointed committees are split session, meaning that some members are live and in the room, like Ms. Ekstrom, you and I were at Bond Oversight, we had people on the screen. And so there's the technical demand of kind of setting all that up. The posting of the 3 or mores, you have to track specific members of each advisory committee and where they are in the community. If they attend an event, they have to issue a 3 or more, much like they do for you as board members, because they're subjected to open meeting laws. So if the board adds another a governing board appointed committee, I would certainly advocate on behalf of the governing board office some additional allocation of either a part-time staff member, or we're going to have to increase the budget to bring in some additional support to manage those committees. So that's independent of the discussion you're having about the committee.
All right, thank you. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you, President Luna Rose. And I was also going to build upon Ms. Ekstrom's comments about some of the other advisory committees that we have within some of our student services department. And Dr. Shree, I was hoping you can speak to that as well, because I know we do have advisory. Some of them are new, some of them have been there for a long time. I know for the Mexican American Student Services, I was invited to speak to the parents who are and the community members that are engaged with their advisory committee. Recently, I tried to get a colleague of mine who's a psychologist onto the advisory committee in African American Student Services, but I was told that there was no spots available right now. So they're a full committee, and they're engaged in trying to figure out their work in that department. And can you speak to committees that already exist?
Yeah, all three equity departments have long-standing, well-attended parent advisory groups. It's Native American Student Services, African American Student Services, Mexican American Student Services. We're trying to start one for APARS, Asian Pacific American Refugee Student Support Services. We also have the Behavior Management Committee, which is comprised of your association leaders, members of the administration, teachers, principals that deal a lot with code of conduct. So you have a variety of different advisory committees already up and running around the district. And I think it's a matter of coordinating and figuring out what the focus areas are for each one.
Ms. Ekstrom.
So is it possible for you, Ms. Shaw, and Dr. Holt to maybe meet with Dr. Brown and Dr. Strozier and Ms. Brummer to find out, how we can all collaborate and maybe not make this so broad, maybe, hone down on a couple of things. I don't have a problem with you addressing all of these things. It's just, how's that work gonna get done, and how are we gonna support that through the board office? It's a lot. But again, I am supportive. I am willing to vote on making a committee today.
Do you guys recommend certain points to start with? Because I like solutions too.
Yeah, I think, if we want to talk about in community engagement, I think that's something that we can focus on. Student discipline, that's another thing. If we want to break it down like year after year, or maybe month after month, we figure out a way to talk about these things. It's just, have we gotten EDI staff involved and to see how they can support this as well? Because I think that's key too.
Yeah, I'm open to doing that. That was always the plan, to make sure EDI leadership and staff was involved with what we're doing. This is pretty much a bullet point of looking at things that we would like to target. Working with the governing board, if you feel there's certain points that's more pertinent, that's more tangible and attainable for us to start with, I'm open for that too. Mm-hmm. So I'm not saying going in just trying to just do all of it all at once, because it is a lot of big work. But these are just areas we're trying to let you know, these are things we're interested in.
Okay.
On trying to bring solutions to these issues, not trying to do it all at one. Because again, we got to build the board. We got to have the right number of people to actually do the work. But we can say, out of some of these bullet points, what are the top two or three that we think right now is a good idea for us to help start working with? That's where I'm here for.
So I think because we are talking about desegregation and the budget and programs, I think that's crucial. I think community engagement, and then we could go from there. But I do think the work on discrimination and student discipline is important. But I think if we can tackle, I don't want to say the smaller things, but something that we can actually get out and do, and that's, talking to community members and doing those types of things, then we get better engagement back, and then we can start tackling these huge issues. And if we get, are you looking to have how many members on this committee?
I don't know, odd number, like what, 11?
Okay. Yeah, I think we can, like I've been saying, I'm willing to support the creation of this committee, and but with with me saying that I would really like, Dr. Brown to be involved in, and Dr. Strozier and Ms. Bromer on how to get these things accomplished through that department, because, they're the ones that are on the ground doing the work in the schools.
Dr. Shaw.
Yeah, I like this to. What I would like to happen tonight. I'd like this to come back to us in the future. I like these conversations to happen. Student discipline. We have a behavioral committee. What are they doing already? We don't want to create a committee that's doing the same thing that we already have committees doing. And I know some of this work is already happening within our department. So I'd love to have that the group work on these conversations with our student services department, with our students department, and other things to kind of figure out what's already happening in a district and what are the gaps that we want to fill with this. And you're asking, multiple times, what do we want to see in this committee? Well, I don't know, because I know a lot of this work is already happening, but I'm not sure what the gaps are. So I think coming back to us after addressing what's already happening in these student services department committees and other committees, what are the gaps that are missing that we would want a specific board committee to address that's not already being addressed by other folks and other advisory groups, and then come back with a proposal that is really addressing those gaps.
Madam President.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. So if the issue is the scope of work, I think that we should reduce some of these items. I want the board to notice that item 7 is kind of just a support, a caveat. It's not like we're going to be looking at administration, though we are in a way, but that's simply to state that the administration, the department's heads will give reports to this committee about what they need. And so they will be a part of this. All those directors will be a part of this committee. They'll be presenting to them. I think if we can or need to eliminate some of these items, number 6, community engagement can certainly be eliminated. We can handle that as a board, and the departments can handle that. It doesn't need to be in this committee. Policy review and development, that's another thing that I think can be eliminated. We could throw code of conduct in student discipline. But some of these heavy things like, student discipline, desegregation, and advocacy for discrimination issues are long-standing issues in our district. We shouldn't just pick the low-hanging fruit. We should tackle these heavy issues, straight on. And I think if those items are if anyone else thinks that they should be eliminated, if the problem is their scope of work, then let's take out some of these items so that we can get this committee passed tonight.
Ms. Ekstrom.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the formation of the governing board appointed advisory committee for equity, diversity, inclusion to include 11 people, and for Dr. Holt and Ms. Shaw to come back to the board with a revised draft of what was presented today.
Second.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess one of the biggest things that I have on this that is concerned, we did so much work on our code of conduct, and with all the staff that did what they did, the teachers, the principals, everything in there, I don't want to take 2 steps back going into looking at this, because we did a lot of work for our code of conduct. We need to give it the couple years to find out after what's been going on before we look at any type of changes. So that would be one concern of mine, just because we did all this work previously. Let's let it play out for the couple years to see how it's changed, because we did not have anything with any teeth whatsoever. From what I've been talking to a lot of teachers and principals, that they appreciate the code of conduct that we passed here as a board. And I think we need to, like I mentioned, repeat myself, keep it in place right now. That would be my one concern.
Ms. Shaw.
Yeah, I think just because we put in the work to revise our code of conduct doesn't mean that we can't take a look at how it's going now and pivot if necessary. There were some dramatic changes to the code of conduct. One example is the elevation of of things from one incident to another. And, what if that is creating a student to prison pipeline and we didn't know about it? And so I think, nothing is safe, really. We have to really take things head on. We can't give it 2 years because 2 years is half a student's high school experience. And so I seconded the motion. I don't know if you heard that.
Okay. So, Mr. Romero.
Well, I'm just want to go back into that. With these programs with EDI, if we have a student that is, getting involved with events, that EDI department should be intervening with them so that they don't go to this pipeline that was discussed. If they're addressed in the like I said, accountability for the EDI department is doing what they should be doing. That should be eliminated. So I don't, like I said, I think our code of conduct, again, like I said, if we need to pivot, I think we can look at that. It's just, I know there was a lot of work that went into it. I don't think that's going to create the solution of it, but that's just my personal opinion.
Ms. Shaw.
Thank you. Thank you for mentioning that. I do think, there are other things to monitor as far as student discipline besides the code of conduct. Like how well are we doing with our restorative discipline? I know that at those meetings when we discussed the student code of conduct, we found that teen court was barely being utilized in our schools. These are things that could be effective and are effective when used, but unless like a teacher or administrator moves to initiate a teen court in their school, it won't happen. And so these are things that I think are important for the committee to review. And so I appreciate you moving the item, Ms. Ekstrom. I would definitely work with Dr. Holt and others to revise this to make it more palatable for the board, and hopefully we can get this committee going.
Dr. Shaw.
I just want to just kind of address the issue of discipline. And I respectfully disagree. I think we have to make sure really quickly that there aren't any unintended consequences when we revise a code of conduct. I've already heard from some parents about some issues with younger kids, and the fact that the discipline record stays with them the course of 6 years in elementary school. And I know that our director of student relations is already looking at racial data and other things to make sure that there aren't any things that we've approved last year that is having a negative impact on certain groups. And so I disagree that we shouldn't be looking at this. I know I understand that it's going to be coming back to us for some revisions, this spring, just to kind of make sure we address some of these unintended consequences, from the decision we made, the code of conduct we approved last June, and that's something we definitely need to keep on working on to make sure year after year that there aren't any groups of students, especially those coming from communities of color, that are being disproportionately affected by things that we have in our code of conduct.
Yeah, and I didn't say we would just go immediately and start doing some revisions, but there's nothing wrong with doing some reviewing and looking at and seeing what's the progress and how is it going and how is it impacting kids, in particular students of color. Because the fact of the matter is we still have too many Black and brown kids being suspended, being referred, kicked out of class, some spending more time in dean's office and in classrooms. And yes, a lot of kids is going to juvie because of this. So there's nothing wrong with having a board say, hey, let's look into this and see if these student code of conduct is so robust like we say it is. Well, let's look at that data, because that data is what's going to tell us how well we are doing. And if we're not, there's nothing wrong with saying, okay, we've given enough time to work itself out. But if we're not seeing that sustainability and that capacity, then they may be needing to have little tweaks here and there. And that still doesn't mean we just gut out the whole thing. So I think that in this vision, the language that I'm hearing is, hey, we've been doing this and I don't want to touch it. We're not trying to fix something that's not broke. Obviously, we're reviewing and we see some things going well. We applaud that and we go to the next thing. This board is going to have brilliant minds at the table. So we're going to be able to have discernment just in case you didn't, if you felt like we wouldn't have that. there will be people that will be on this board that have discernment that can be able to make those logic type of decisions far as something that really needs to be revised versus we're just reviewing to see how things are going and looking at the data and things of that nature. In regards to the other equity departments, yes, the EDI advisory board can partner with the other boards to create collaborations and not overhaul some great things they have, but looking at how we all can come together and make things better. So that's kind of like our beginning stages of what we want the advisory board to look like. And if you feel that some of the stuff that's on the agenda we want to look at is probably too big, broad, and we condense it down, the thing is create the board and let's get started with something versus not having anything.
Okay. Well, we've got a motion on the floor in a second, motion by Ms. Ekstrom to approve the creation of a diversity, equity, inclusion advisory committee, seconded by provision that Ms. Shaw and Dr. Holt come back with revisions, and seconded by Ms. Shaw. So, Mr. Boyle, can I get a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Romero,
Abstain.
Dr. Ravi,
Yes.
Ms. Shaw,
Yes.
Ms. Ekstrom,
Yes.
Ms. Luna Rose.
Yes. Okay, item passes 4 with Mr. Romero abstaining. Thank you, Dr. Holt, for your time this evening.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, we are at the 10 o'clock hour, so we still have a couple action items that hopefully we can go through quickly. I do believe, Dr. Trujillo, we can perhaps move the bond update to the 23rd?
Yes, President Luna Rose, I think as much as we would love to go through the bond information, I think given the hour, we can go ahead and move that to the 23rd. We have 2 more. We have to pass consent, and then we still have, I think, 3 study action items.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Ekstrom.
Ms. Luna Rose, I will move to approve consent agenda items 5.2 through 5.13.
Okay, do I have a second? Ms. Shaw?
I have a question about 5.4.
Okay.
I don't know if staff's still here to talk about it, but just my...
Yep. Do we have Director Lindsay Aguilar, or is it a procurement question?
Yes.
Okay. So we would need either Mr. Hernandez or we would need Mrs. Kierfoot. I think they're making their way here. And we even have Director Lindsay Aguilar from Food Services.
Fabulous. Okay. Thank you all for being here so late. My question is just in regards to this item. I know we just passed a policy about, the environment, green stuff and all that. And so I just wonder if any of these recommended vendors have compostable single-serve disposables.
Sure. Good evening. Yes, I actually, in light of the work that we've been doing the last couple of months on that policy that you got presented, I have been in contact with our current packaging vendors. This bid would be for July 1 moving forward, but it's a lot of similar vendors. They do have compostable items available. I can share, for example, I inquired about a plastic fork. So our current case price for 1,000 is $7. The compostable range anywhere from $30 to $60 for that same compostable item in the case pack.
So 7 for 1,000 as opposed to 30 for 1,000?
So 1,000 forks for $7 currently versus 1,000 forks for $30 to $60.
Okay. All right. Okay. So do you know which of these vendors are? And if we do pass this, would you be just picking one, or is there any direction to go with that compostable?
So the way the bid's set up is it's the items are awarded. Diana can speak probably a little bit more detail about this, but by line item or basket. So if it's the plastic utensils, it's awarded to the vendor with the lowest price for that. If moving forward, if we were to adopt some of the policies related to compostable items or recyclable items, we would need to do an amendment to the bid to update those items if it wasn't specified in the way the bid's written right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Shaw.
Sure, thank you. Thank you for bringing this one out. You know what, I did talk to Dr. Trio and the team about this a couple of weeks ago, and in light of the climate action policy, making sure this is only a one-year contract as opposed to our usual multi-year contract, so that a year from now, when we're renewing the contract for the next 25-26 school year, if the board does pass the climate action policy, then staff will be directed to making sure that we are looking at this again and seeing, how much we want to use single use, how much we want to use compostable, how much we want to use reusable items, and really working on that, assuming that the board does pass some kind of climate action policy.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I don't have any other questions. Thank you, ladies. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Tria, I did have a quick question about 5.7.
Yes, 5.7. Thinking we were going to handle consent earlier, we had our Director for Health Services available to provide an overview. Given the late hour, I was just going to leave it in, but he is more than welcome to walk you through. This is a wonderful contribution to the district from the good folks at the Guter Jensen Foundation, but it's an additional presentation.
Okay. Well, I don't need the presentation.
Would you like him to just speak to it?
Yeah, my question was, because I've worked with the Guter Jensen Foundation in the past, and I knew they do good work. I just wanted to know how you picked how the schools were chosen. That's all.
All right. Let's have Dr.
Quick question.
Joseph Gah, our Director for Health Services.
Thank you, Dr. Gah.
Good evening. So the way that the schools were chosen were basically, we were asked up front which schools actually had one unit already, and it's usually high schools, sports in particular, and it just so happens that the junior high schools hadn't had them. So that's what the next target teams were. So all the schools that are on the list are actually within a certain age group, particularly grades 7 and 8.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay,
That
you're
was my
welcome.
only question. Okay. So consent agenda was moved by Ms. Ekstrom. Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, second by Dr. Shaw. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, ayes have it. All right, we are moving to 6.1, approval of contracts for educational leaders, Eli employees of the Tucson Unified School District for 24-25 school year.
Yes, in advance of item 6.1, President Luna Rose, in talking with our general counsel, we would also be willing to move your first read policy items of 7.2 and 7.4 to the April 23rd meeting.
Is this going to be enough time for the graduation exercises?
I believe so. We should probably go ahead and do that one tonight. Just to be sure. So I would say 7.2, we are amenable to moving that one. Obviously, item 8.1, we'll move that one. That would be our request, and just tackle the promotion one and call it a night. With that, item 6.1, approval of requested approval for contracts for Educational Leaders Incorporated. Eli is the recognized bargaining unit for principals, assistant principals, research project managers, and psychologists. All of the employees that we're recommending this evening are in good standing, and many of them excellent standing, with performance and evaluation in the district. With that, I'll turn it over to our Chief Human Capital Officer, Mr. John Fernandez.
Yes, each year the board is required to approve the issuance of contracts for our Eli members, and as the superintendent went over, we have 159 employees on this list, including principals, assistant principals, research project managers, and school psychologists. So we're asking for your review and approval this evening. Thank you.
Ms. Ekstrom.
I move to approve the contracts for the Educational Leaders, Inc., Eli, employees of the Tucson Unified School District for the 2024-25 school year.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Ms. Ekstrom, second by Mr. Romero. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Okay, now 6.2, approval of contracts or certified staff of the Tucson Unified School District for the 24-25 school year. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, before I turn it over to Mr. Fernandez, this kind of actually bleeds over into a follow-up item that we're working on right now. If you recall, at the call to the audience at our last meeting, there was a counselor who, as a result of reduced funding in Title I, was informed by the principal that she would be moving to half-time status. The governing board asked us to look into it, and as we always do, in the spirit of taking care of everybody, we want to look at those counselors as a whole, not just that one person. There are 60-something counselors, I think 62 counselors that are funded out of Title. We want to see how many of them have either been recommended for halftime service, like the counselor that addressed you, or have lost their position, and then put cost estimates together for you for the entire group. So that's why we're still working on that one right now. We didn't just want to take action on a singular counselor without looking at everybody that is in that situation. So we certainly there's a priority on this. We certainly want to be back on the 23rd because I do know that this contract is featuring some of the counselors that the governing board that were ESSER funded and that the board approved to continue funding. So I just wanted to put that caveat. We are working on that, and that's why we're still in need of a little bit more time. With that, Mr. Fernandez.
Right, correct. Because of the ESSER funding decisions that the board has been going over and making in increments, we've been following your direction to make sure that we make adjustments on the contract renewal. So as you recall, on your February 27th board meeting, board approved over 2,600 contract renewals. That was the bulk of what we're dealing with. But in addition, approved the reallocation of M&O funds to cover the costs of ESSER-funded counselors and social workers. So with that approval, we included them on this renewal list. And so again, they will be addressed with your vote. And then Dr. Trujillo said we'll come back with the remainder at a different time. So this will include 13 counselors and 8 social workers who were ESSER funded, but were not included on the list until such time as the board approved funding to be made available. In addition, there are 29 teachers that we have added to this list. These were teachers who were not included in your prior vote because they were ESSER funded. But when we reviewed the list, only a small portion of their FTE was ESSER funded, which means that they are intending to continue. I mean, they still have to. The schools will be left through the budget process to make up or decide how to address the reduction in the FTE with the ESSER funding going away. But they still should be offered contracts because the bulk of their FTE is still needed at the school to be able to function. So that's why you'll see some of the teachers on the list. They might be a 0.2 FTE funded by ESSER. When the ESSER funding went away, they still had a role and a function at the school that needs to continue, and the schools will be working through the budget process to address that remaining portion of their FTE through the other funding sources. So there'll be 29. So in total, you have 50 employees, certificated employees to review and approve tonight.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, moved by myself, I second by Ms. Ekstrom. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez.
Thank you.
Okay, last item of the evening, governing board policy, IKFB, graduation exercises. Dr. Trujillo.
Yes, governing board members. This is a response to feedback that we were hearing from largely our middle school teachers and our middle school administrators regarding formalizing the accountability that we have for graduating seniors in order for them to be able to walk in their graduation ceremonies, and applying that same criteria to middle school graduates that are promoting from 8th grade. So Turning it over here to Mr. Aronoff to walk us through the details of this first read, which of course the only action we're seeking tonight is to go out for public comment. Mr. Aronoff.
Thank you and good evening. Really not a whole lot to add to that. What we tried to do here, I guess what I would say is as these questions came up about middle school promotion, we realized that we kind of had a gap in our policy. We don't have anything that specifically addressed that circumstance. We've effectively drawn from this policy as we've tried to give guidance, but for the sake of clarity and the board policy, we wanted to fill that gap. So we think it makes sense to follow the same approach for middle schools as high schools. We have guidelines that people already know how to use district-wide, and just expanding those is relatively simple and allows for consistency across the district. And so most of the changes in the policy have simply been to bring in language around promotion into the already existent language where it makes sense. There's a couple of things in the policy where it talks about, for example, caps and gowns that aren't necessarily used in promotion, where we specified that that's really for high schools. But otherwise, the changes in the policy are meant to just bring in promotion language, with one exception. If we scroll down to the second page, there is a bullet point right in the middle there that talks about developing a regulation in consultation with various student services groups. And we noticed that there was one group missing, the Asian Pacific American and Refugee Student Services Department. And so we added that to the list as part of the consultation, and everything else is just related to promotion. As Dr. Trujillo said, this is up for a first read, so if the board moves it forward today, it'll be posted for public comment for 30 days and brought back.
Okay. Board members, questions? Ms. Ekstrom?
I'll move the item.
I'll second. Quick question though, before the vote. Second, so if it goes 30 days, do it tonight. This will be in time for this year's ceremonies?
It will, and I will tell you that we've also already had communications with administrators across the district about the expectations, and this is what we are effectively following anyway.
Okay. All right, great. Dr. Shaw.
Thank you. My question is I'm a little confused on the colors. So the bullet point up below the Asian American and Refugee Student Services, where it talks about the board policy and student use of tobacco and drugs and alcohol. Is that an addition or in blue, or is that
those are
already
hyperlinks,
there?
I think.
Was that?
I think those are
just
just hyperlinks.
Okay.
Those
How's
are not
that used? Like is that just meant for like at the ceremony, or is that meant like if they've broken that policy at a certain point, like if a student was using tobacco, they can't participate? Like, can you talk about that bullet point and making sure we're not too overly?
Yeah. So the policy is pretty clear that in terms of non-participation for discipline, we don't allow students to participate if they are currently suspended or expelled. I would take that language about compliance with use of tobacco and drugs and alcohol to be at the event. That's if students are violating that policy at the promotion ceremony or at a graduation ceremony for that matter, that they could be excluded from the event, which is also true if we have students who are extremely disruptive during an event. That may also be grounds for removing them from it while it's happening.
Right.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Aronoff.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Trujillo, we are at future meeting dates and agenda items.
President Luna Rose, as we noted, we're looking forward to the bond update. That'll be coming on the 23rd. We also hope to have some cost estimates for Title I affected counselors who have seen their work schedule shift to part-time or potentially losing a position due to the cuts in Title I. As a potential cost estimate for the board to consider. So 2 key items for the 23rd.
Okay. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for staying so late this evening. Our apologies. Meeting's adjourned.
Yes, let me use the rest of my breath.
I am so glad we're close to closing schools. This was not my biggest fan, and I wasn't her biggest fan. She was great. She was not going to allow any more schools to be passed and yet closed. She was unsuccessful at stopping school closures when I was doing it. And Brian Modine, who's still here, who we did did a whole big inspection. We did lose a single student when the schools were closed. I did it from a motion request together as a what he had done, he really had done a study and knew exactly how many students had moved, but he changed the starting enrollment. So by reducing the starting enrollment in the school, it looked like we didn't lose any students, we lost 20 students. And so, what you said about it was exactly right. It also messed up some of our existing schools. Dietz was really messed up, and Sechrist was just about destroyed. When they merged those schools and other schools, Dietz was an elementary school. They never got the middle school, the facilities of the school. So every time